Welcome, ladies and gents, all our viewers joining us. This is the 2022 TAOM Classic, last 16. We have two streams running at the moment. My fellow commentator, Alison Sabanda, will be joining us shortly. And the match that you are watching now is in the signature room down in Durban at the Q-Master Snooker Center. And we have Charles Jonk against Johnny Sideratos. And we are now in round one. It is the top 16. Players have already played qualifying matches to get to this event, and they have now formed a top 16, and they will be competing here this weekend. They have started the proceedings. The players have had their meeting, so we're about to get the matches underway quite soon. Charles Jonk is ranked number 1 for this event, and that's why he's playing on the main table. Johnny Sideratos playing from the Goodwood Snooker Club, being able to win his qualifying match to make his way through to this tournament. Basically how this whole tournament is set up, it starts with a total of 64 mini qualifiers, and then qualifying matches, and then the main event. The last one we had was also in Durban. That was back in February. And that event was then won by Charles Jonk. So as we wait for table 1 to start, the second match being streamed is Kevin Shalfer against Fakhri Gerdin. And Fakhri rounded off his previous tournament and finished second. You can see there the referee is now getting ready on our table just to start off this match. The match will only last a total duration of 3.5 hours. The match starts at 10 o'clock. And for that duration, then the 3.5 hours, a winner will be decided, even if scores are tied. You can see the coin toss there. By the looks of things, it was won by Johnny, so this is decided who will break off first. That looks to be Johnny. Just for some of the views, just so that it makes sense as to what is about to happen. This is called the break-off, and chances are very likely Johnny will not play the shot to make a ball. As you can see, he has to play a red. As you can see, he's aiming down the table, and then he'll run it down 1, 2, and that is too soft. As you can see, he has he's left Charles on a straight red. This is a very difficult shot. Be interesting to see if Charles attempts this, even though I doubt. Can play it to the side, hit the red to the cushion, and leave the cue ball back at the top of the table. He did go for it, left himself on the black. So very almost got lucky into the middle pocket, and that would have been great because he's left himself a shot on the black. And this now brings Johnny to the table. Equally difficult shot. Looks close, very close, but this is now a much easier shot for Charles to get onto the points table. If he does make this red, he'll be opting to go for the rest because it is quite a distance that he needs to stretch. So he'll be playing this red to the corner pocket. As you can see there at the back of Charles' shirt, he is sponsored by the rental company and WRD Distributors. Great work by these companies, making it able for these players to travel, takes off the pressure and allows them to just focus on winning. And that is something that Charles has been doing really well thus far. He has won every single one of these events. Started last year. The main event was then played in Gold Reef City, also played Fakhri Kirdin, who's playing over on the second stream. Came down to a very exciting final. Just to explain what is happening there, the referee is putting the color ball back, and the order of play would inevitably be you need to start off your break, which I'll explain in a minute, by potting a red ball. There are certain circumstances where that isn't required, but that is a little bit of a technical detail, which we'll get to through the course of the weekend. But you need to start off with a red ball, and then you need to leave yourself on a color position like Charles did there on the black, which is a very nice shot. Worried that he might be a little bit straight, so he might need to have to draw this ball back, which means make contact with the black, pot it, and spin the cue ball back to where he is, as he did there. Very nicely played. Again, left himself on a red, and that's the order of play. You need a pot, a red ball, a color ball, a red ball, a color ball, and towards the end, when there's obviously no more red balls left, you need to pot the colors in a specific order. They're also allocated a specific number of points, of which being the yellow is 2 points. You can see that to the top left. The one next to that is the brown. Doesn't need to be pot next. It is actually the green ball that is then a total of 3 points. The brown is 4 points. The blue is 5. The pink, which you might not be able to see that clearly, but it is just to the front of all of those red. That is the pink ball is worth 6 points. The black is worth a total of 7. You can see there, so now the object of the game, Charles shaking his head there a little bit, would basically boil down to picking off those reds one at a time, but also, if you are talented enough, if you do miss a shot, not leave your opponent with an opening opportunity. As you can see there, that is called a safety. He did not go to make that red ball. Just wanted to create as much as possible distance, hoping that he would leave the cue ball between the yellow and the brown. Did not go according to plan. So this is now a straight shot. Again, very difficult at this distance. You need to be very still and cueing really well, which he did. Their beautiful shot there played by Johnny, and he's now also on the scoreboard. He's got an option here. He can see the black. Again, a very tough shot, which you often see now players opting to go for the blue ball and then sending the cue ball towards the yellow, brown, and green. But he is spending quite a bit of time on this black ball. If he were to have gone for the blue ball to the middle pocket, he could run the cue ball between the brown and the green and come back down and leave himself with a shot. How well did he play that? Can he see that red? Our referee just replacing the black ball. Johnny currently on 8 points. Spending a lot of time on the shot. This is very important for him. Doesn't look like he's got a clear shot. He's looking at, again, a distance red to the top. Doesn't make it any easier with the fact that the red's so close to the cue ball, and he needs to cue over the black. That is missed to the left of the jaw. Unfortunate there. Now the question is, I think Charles is on this red, and it wouldn't be too hard to leave himself positioned for the black. Johnny not making an effort to get the ball safe, the cue ball. So leaving an opportunity here for Charles to build a great break. A break is obviously considered now as the amount of points that you score in a visit before missing. So for example, if you pot 2 reds and 2 blacks, that's a total of 16 points. So your break would be 16 if it means that you miss the next red. The reason for that being, again, is the red is 1 point. Oof, that is unexpected there by Charles. Very good at these shots, and he left himself with position to the middle, and he could also, the little cluster of reds below the pink ball, that might be open to the corner pocket as well. I don't see Johnny looking at that shot, but it is possible. Let's see what he does.
That being said, it brings Fakhri back to the table.
So that answers that question. That red was not open. That would have been ideal because he would have then been able to probably leave himself on the black. You can see that at the bottom right of your screen, that break being a 1 point, the red going down. Scores currently 21 points to 9 in favor of Charles Jonk. That is unfortunate. Just off the jaw, you can see the yellow bouncing off. So options here, highly doubt that he can see the red just above the brown ball, which means he'll need to play the red just below the black. This is again a very tough shot. You need to play this well to get position on a color. See, he's playing at the bottom of the cue ball, trying to draw it and leave himself on the black. That would be best case scenario. So let's see how well he plays that. Very nicely played. So he's also ran the cue ball a little bit into the triangle of reds. It's not really a triangle anymore, but initially it was. So that little cluster of reds just holding the cue ball. So he's left himself with two options here. Can play to the pink, which he is doing. That made position on the next red quite a bit easier. That looks too soft. Whoa, that is too soft, and it might have just drifted a little bit to the left. Unfortunately, there for Charles, as you can see there, left himself nicely on the next red. Johnny with another opportunity. Points difference is only 13. Still an early match. As you can see there, we've got the scores for the frame currently in white, 22 to 10, difference currently 12. And then you'll see in the black there's 2 zeros and a 9, which basically means best out of 9. Doesn't necessarily result into the end of the match. If you win 5-4, for example, that would be a win. But if scores are 4-3 and time runs out, the player with 4 points is then declared the winner. Big shot here for Johnny. Nice and controlled, just drifting that cue ball. They need to make a plan. Yeah, he does have that cluster of reds just above the black. Need to play this well to either run into them. He does have the correct angle, open them up, and that's probably what he'll opt to do here. Opted not to go for that, played for the red all the way down at the bottom of the table. How did that work out? And see there, our referee again replacing the color ball. Should be a very good safety there by Johnny. So safety, just to give you an explanation of that, the yellow and the brown left the cue ball nice and snug. Could have gotten a little bit closer. It's not an easy feat though, so that is good enough. So let's see if Charles going to opt to play the rail first or swerve it slightly. It does look like he's opting for the rail. The reason for this, ladies and gents, is he's probably going to try and nick the red on the left and just drift the cue ball slowly back down to the table. No, he's opted to just leave it in snugly, nicely behind the red. Is he going to get there? He does get there. Completely legal shot. So, no shot left here. So, we'll see another safety being played by Johnny. The shot that I was referring to coming off two rails, you see quite often on the professional circuit, and what the player would do is they would hit the rail on the left and then the rail at the bottom of your screen, and then just nick the red on the left hand side, sending the cue ball basically in the direction that Johnny has now played that cue ball. That looks fair enough. Has left with a shawl with an open red, so not much of a challenge. Again, try and leave that cue ball snugly behind that red and yellow. See how close he gets. I believe he potted that ball. My eyes were following the cue ball, and he has indeed played a beautiful shot. He's potted that ball. It's actually called a safety pot. The reason for that being is chances are, if you do miss it, that ball will come off the rail and land safely, and you then leave the cue ball considerably safe. So there you see pink ball has gone down. You can see there nicely at the bottom a breakdown, that 1 and the 1 pink. That gives you a total of 7 points, the pink obviously being worth 6 points, the red 1 point.
both players realize that
Missed there
the
by
black break
Shawl.
its range.
Again, great
No
position on
one
the
wants
black
to
ball,
follow him.
but importantly, he missed the red, which means it is end of his visit. He'd now step away. Johnny comes to the table, again left with a very long red. This is a talent in and of itself. It's called a long pot. Long pot success rate, especially when the cue
Defense
ball
scuffing
and the object ball,
will
that for
continue.
example was the red ball, has a lot of distance in between it. It's incredibly difficult when you are close. The margin for error from the red to the cue ball is less. So that helps a little bit. But if you've got distance, if you miss a millimeter by the time that cue ball reaches your object ball, it has now
Some
turned to
products are
3, 4
found
millimeters.
best in the
So
mines.
very tricky. Some exciting news as well. You can see there Johnny is currently in the lead for the first time in this event. So the lead has changed hands. And Charles is currently on 29 points. Difference is on 4. This will be quite a spectacle if Johnny can beat Charles Young. That would be quite a feat. The reason for that being is Charles has just returned from the Wanderers Snooker Club in Johannesburg, where he then won the SA singles title for the very first time. Very, very, very exciting there for Charles. And also for him, uh, perfect moment because he's also now just had a child.
Also the TAOM Pyro. Also another good chop to use best all around.
Unfortunately, there brings now Charles to the table. And doesn't look like he has any easy shots. Again, distance created there by Johnny.
Just go to their website and you realize that there's a
Again, a
lot
little bit of
to
control error there by Charles. Has left a very difficult red. Also left himself an opportunity, Johnny, to play an easy safety here. He's now in the lead, so he'll want to maintain that lead. See there, playing a very easy safety. Might have left that red on. Unforced error there by Johnny. Brings Charles to the table. Nicely controlled there. He's left himself with quite a few options. He can either play the green or he can play the blue. Can even go down as far as playing the pink. Black is a little bit more tough, but options on the table. He's going to opt for blue. Total of 5 points for this. So it'll take his break to 6 if he makes it successfully. Well played there by Charles. Left himself nicely on the red. Let's see what his plan of action is to get onto his next color. It's just on the wrong side of that red ball to get onto the black. And he's missed. He would have left himself again a shot on the pink and the green. So it was worth the risk. Question is now, how much of the pocket can Johnny see with these two reds to the right? Let's see what happens.
Basically, you can try black for maximum points. I think he's gonna go for black into that top right corner pocket.
Could see more than enough, and he's left himself on the black. Beautiful shot played there by Johnny. Just again, lead has gone back to Charles, but he's now just 1 point behind Charles.
The deficit to 19 points. Definitely cleared off that range.
The black should be bread and butter for Johnny. They play these shots every single time. You can see that worked out quite well. Reason for that being is the red, the pink, the blue, the brown, the yellow, and the green always go on exactly the same spot. You'll see that every single time, except for the fact that if there is a red or another ball taking up that spot, nicely controlled there. Again, playing on these steel block tables, which I'll touch on now. That was not an easy shot. Had to have good control, get off the rail, and get position on the black, which he's done. In the lead, 7 points. Break of 9. Wonderful shot here. This is looking good for Johnny. This will give him a lot of confidence. One thing that he would need to maintain is his mental focus. This is a incredibly tough game, ladies and gents. The table is incredibly large. To give you an idea, it is more or less about 4 times the size of a normal pool table. So distance, you're walking the whole time, bending, you need to stay still. It's a lot of mental focus. So fitness, incredibly important. And then also your equipment. And speaking of equipment, as you can see there just above the scores, so this is the 2022 TAOM Classic. They are the main sponsors for this event. It's an absolute honor to have them join us in this event. And it is an absolutely incredible brand, and it is undeniable. That is very unfortunate there. That is a little bit of luck. I don't think he's left much on the red. The red is wide open, so Charles will answer here probably with a safety of his own. But as I was saying, that TAOM Billiards International, such an incredible company. They manufacture a whole bunch of products for Q Sports, being different tips and chalks, and nice safety being played there by Charles. Can still see the red, but again, that distance, if a cue ball drifts slightly, it'll touch the black, which he didn't do. Back to our main sponsor, TAOM Classic, incredible products, and there's so many professional players that absolutely endorse them. Some of them you might have heard from if you've a big fan of Q Sport. The first one being Mark Selby. He's won the World Championship in snooker a couple of times. And then there's Sean Murphy, who's won it once as well. And then you get two characters by the name of Gareth Potts and Mika Immonen, both of them legends in their own right. They don't necessarily play snooker full time, but they are incredible Q Sports athletes. So just a testimony to an incredible product that is provided by TAOM Classic. And it's so important because margin for errors in this game is very tough. As you can see here, Charles, a break of 1 on a color, needs to play the blue. So now it gets interesting. He would need to play the yellow after the shot. Send it around the world. How lucky is he going to be? Just a little hint of pace. But the fortunate thing is he's now left himself with a little bit of an angle, which means that cue ball will come off of the rail at the top, just leave himself again with an angle. But this is not an easy shot. Let's see. Oh, very clever there by Charles. Opted not to go for it, but he's rather left the cue ball behind the brown. Very nice shot played there by Charles. Turning the screws. He's currently training by 8 points. Interesting fact there over on table 2. It's already the end of the first frame. Kevin upsetting the number 2 ranked Fakhri Girdin. As I said, Fakhri played in the final against Charles. You can see on this table the previous final, and the matches are drawn basically in a ranking order. Your top 8 seeds automatically get a position, and you are guaranteed not to play one another in the first round. Then the other 8 players then qualify through the mini qualifiers and the qualifiers, and again those are sponsored by the incredible TAOM Billiards. And that then, if you win a mini qualifier, you go through to a qualifier, the TAOM Classic qualifier, and that then puts you in this main event at the TAOM Classic for 2022. Missed there by Charles, but he hasn't left much on the screen, so Johnny back at the table in the lead. They'll be happy about that.
This is the second edition of this particular event, the TAOM Classic.
Playing safe. Cue ball's drifting a little bit much. Is it in behind the black? Let's see. By the looks of things, it is. So very good shot here. So you need to come off the rails to make contact with this red ball. Very good play here by Johnny.
Made it to this last 16.
Johnny, as I said, is currently residing in Cape Town, playing from the Goodwood Snooker Club. Originally born in Johannesburg, and then he moved to Cape Town in the 90s. and he's been in Cape Town since then. And funny enough, his favorite food, without being a stereotypical comment, is a seafood. So he absolutely loves his seafood and also running to stay in good shape. Said he did a lot of preparation work going into this event, which is nice to see. So this is a typical underdog story. This is very exciting, ladies and gents. Make that red, the brown, and he did. He's on the blue. This is looking very good here for Johnny. Overran that position on the blue slightly. Wanted to just get on the other side, the cue ball more a little bit to the top of the table, because then it is just natural angle. Now he needs to play just a little bit harder to move that cue ball down to the pink. Oof, interesting now. Charles back at the table. 19 points left on the table. Sorry, that is my math. They're dropping me slightly there. Off, missed there. This is the perfect opportunity for Johnny. That blue ball being 5 points plus 6 points for the pink. That would result in a total of 11. If you add the black 7 points, it's 18 points, not 19 as I said just now, but 18 points, so still possible. Yeah, for Charles if he can get back at the table, but this is tough. Opted not to go for it. Angle a little bit deceiving. I thought it was an easier shot. Charles opting rather just to play it off the rail, creating distance. There's no balls behind the bulk line to hide behind, so he just created as much as possible distance. Again, big shot here. Let's see. The blue to the middle or to the corner. Great shot there. There's now a total of 13 points left on the table. So as you can see here, it's now snookers required, which basically means that Charles would then have to put need to put Johnny in a snooker when he does make it back to the table. My mistake, that is Charles playing there. My eyes lying a little bit there to me. I thought it was Johnny going down. This is a big upset here. If he makes this, he wins the frame. Wonderful shot there, played by Charles. That gives him the frame, 61 points to 56. Very well played there by Charles, under a lot of pressure, fighting back. Over on our second table, last 16, number 2 ranked Fakhri Girdin against Kevin Shelfer, is currently trailing Kevin by 1 frame to 0. Again, race to 5, basically best out of 9. So 5 points, 5 frames, basically gives you the match. So 5-0, and you go through to the next round, that being the top 8. See, our referee is getting the balls ready. Start of the next match, as you can see there. The yellow is still in the wrong spot, but the referee will correct that shortly. Charles opting to give our referee a hand, placing the yellow on that spot, and that is the order every single time, ladies and gents. It is a green, a brown, a yellow, a blue, a pink, a black, and the order of that being that it needs to be played in is a yellow skipping the brown, playing the green, then the brown, then the blue, the pink, and the black, in that order once all 15 reds have gone down. Nicely played there. How's the pace? He avoided the green, but a little bit too hard, bringing that cue ball all the way out. Got a little bit, oh, he's not unlucky. Johnny will be licking his lips here. This is still a long shot, but a little bit closer to the ones that he has been battling with. He has made a few, but he's struggled with some. He's missed it. Unfortunate there for Johnny. Where's he leaving that cue ball? Fortunately for him, it's quite close to the rail, which means Charles will think about this twice if he's going to go for it. Is bridging like he's bridging at the moment with your hand just on the side of the table. Very difficult. But Scholl, a great player. He's missed it though. Oh, this is turning tense and it's only one frame. Match started at 10 o'clock. Half an hour has passed. The match can only last a total of 3.5 hours. The first person to 5 will win the match. However, if, for example, Johnny is leading Scholl 4 points to 3, or sorry, 4 frames to 3, that would be at the end of the match once the time runs out, and that would declare Johnny the winner because he's leading on frames. Red ball potted, oh sorry, the black ball potted there, nice and confidently there by Johnny. He's queuing really well. His wife will be very proud of him for reaching it to this stage. Said he stopped playing for quite a while. He's now slowly but surely making his comeback, but a lot of respect for him. The reason for that being is he said he put a lot of effort in, not only in just practicing, but also mental fatigue, making sure that that's not a problem, and physical fitness. And he's worked on that, which is very important. If you speak to any professional, they say that is so important. A little bit lucky there. He played it to follow the cue ball to the red, and there was enough angle, but it hit the jaws. Could have been a little bit unlucky there, but he did that so the cue ball can come off the rail slightly. So nicely played there. Is he running into the reds? Oh, he went for it. He's potted the black, but unfortunately now where's he going to leave himself on the cluster of reds? You can see a slight shake of the head there. He wanted to hit that cluster of reds, break them open, turn the screws on Charles and make it 1-1. Playing this slowly to leave that cue ball just tugged in close to those reds. Hasn't left Charles with anything. An easy response. Get in closely behind that yellow, just missed it. That would have been great. That cue ball was tugged in behind the yellow. Response there by Johnny. Brings back Scholl to the table. Again, just running it off the side of the reds. Was he going to go for a pot? You'll quite often see that, but highly doubt that he'll be able to leave himself a color. That's exactly what he did. Try to play safe. Again, hasn't left anything easy here. That being the object of this game is, if you miss, and try and leave your opponent as difficult as possible. Off rattling again in that jaws. Lucky. He is lucky. You can see great sportsmanship there by Johnny. Raises his hand, just an apology to his opponent. A lot of sportsmanship in this game. Black has been made. What is his options on the next red? Does he have one to the right middle? Doesn't look like it. That pink is looking like it's a problem. Let's see. Yeah, that is very nicely played. Unfortunately, you can't always see the angles that are open to these balls, but he's left himself nicely on the blue, so he'll just drift this in slightly, leave himself on the red, just to the right of that little cluster where the pinks are. No, he's drawn it back. You can clearly see that there's a nice open space there. Second ball to the right of the pink. Needs nice control here just to make sure he gets on another color. Very well played. They ran into the reds just to hold position. Hold position for the black. Also open up the balls a little bit more. Johnny putting a lot of pressure here on Charles. This will be a massive upset, ladies and gents. These matches are arranged by ranking order. Charles, number 1. Johnny coming in as the lowest seed in this event. And if he wins Charles, that will be massive. Great shot, great control there. It's not all about the flashy shots and banging the balls in. You can see he's mindful of where he's sending that cue ball. Not an easy shot here. It's the red that's very close to the rail. Oh, unfortunately then he's left himself on the black. However, missed the red. So this will now bring Charles back to the table. However, he's trailing by 46 points accumulated by Johnny. Very, very nicely played. Just over on our other table, the TAOM Classic last 16 over on table 2. The second match ranked number 2 player Fakhri Giardin against Kevin Shalfa. The score at the moment is 1 frame. Also scores tied. I've now just quickly stopped play over on the other stream, but a lot of action still left on the main table. We are playing from the Q Master Snooker Center in Durban. Beautiful venue. Total of 9 snooker tables in this venue. You can see the venue on the right hand side there. Johnny with a 1 point scored. He's just extending his lead. If the red potted, he's now opting to go for the green. Options down at the bottom of the table. He's played quite a bit of side on there to try and get it moving. Green replaced on his position. What has he left himself? Might be the second ball just below the pink, but that cue ball is so close to that rail. This is going to be very tough. Let's see. Great control there. Nice pace. Should still be on the black. Be very upset with himself if he's not. Cue ball ran slightly too far forward, so if he is, he's quite straight as well. Johnny down on his shot. Stays nice and still, and also draws the cue ball back. Got in position for the red down the rail. Again, not easy shots. Margin for error is so minimal. Nice lead here, 58 points. Nicely played off the rail. Where is that cue ball? Quite a bit of an angle on this red, on the black. I mean, sorry. Well, it's not a worst case scenario, but I think he wanted a little bit less. As you can see there, cue ball running off. Unfortunately, he's left the black in the pocket. Opportunity here for Charles. This is not easy. 6 reds left on the table. If they potted with the black ball, it's a total of 54 points, and then he still has the colors remaining. Sorry, 48 points. Great shot there by Charles. This is a good opportunity for him. Black is nicely hanging over the pocket, so this wouldn't be tough at all, but just needs to play it well so that he can control that cue ball and get position on the red.
Good position, but maybe upper right corner pocket.
So 5 balls left. If they again potted with the black, that is a total of 40 points. And then you've got the colors to go still as well. So it is an opportunity here for Charles to again claw one back after trailing, which will be very exciting. You can see there 1 red, a 1 black. He'll want to continue that pattern.
Frames goal goal, one apiece.
Comes off nicely on the rail. Opts to not try and risk it and go for the black. There is enough other options. So you can go for the blue, which will send the cue ball down, or he can go for the green. A little bit of angle, he can swing it around the table and hopefully get position nicely on the red.
65%. It's just like they say, good luck sometimes. Good luck blocks you then 30 times that.
Nicely played after that shot. I am assuming that that red could very well, very closely by the pink, past the pink, into the corner pocket. That is what Charles is looking at. Just from my screen, it looks very close, so this is an important shot here.
That top right corner pocket. Very routine shot.
Oh, comes off the jaw, does not go down. Red all the way at the other end of the table, but this is now favorite to win this frame. Johnny returning back to the table. Difference currently 47 points. Oh, how is that? No, that did not go. But nicely played there, conscious. Took a little bit of a risk playing for the double. Could have gone, but he's left himself now. The pink in between the 2 reds in the open. The other 3 reds, not a shot. Trying to leave the cue ball behind the black. A little bit soft. Needed more pace on that. Again, tough shot here for Johnny with his lead. I think he really wants to go for this. Let's see if he goes. Plays a safety. Opts to play a safety. How did that go? He is quite lucky. Nothing easy left here for Charles. But again, this brings Charles back to the table. Being the #1 ranked player, it is possible for him to make another comeback in this frame. Oh, so close. Again, same shot Johnny played. Attempted the double, could have gone, left himself close to 3 colors, but hasn't left Johnny with much here. Went for it, I believe, but also at the same time try to get that cue ball as safe as possible. This is risky. Charles played a beautiful long black at Gold Reef City in December last year. This is well within his capabilities. Oh, so close again. Where's that pink going? Very close. If that pink were to have gone down, it would have been a foul and 5 points awarded to Johnny. Nice controlled shot here. 60 points currently in this frame for Johnny. Difference 48. It's getting tough now for Charles. Nice control, and this should be it, more or less, ladies and gentlemen. It is quite tough for Charles to make it his way back. It's not impossible. Still 3 reds left on the table. Johnny wants to make that, does. Now takes it to 68. That is now very difficult for Charles to come back. He would need snookers. I'll opt to go for any color here. Just extend that a little bit more. Oh, misses. But a very healthy lead here. 56 points the lead. Over on our other table, Fakhri has now found his rhythm, and he's currently leading 59 points to 2. And the frame count is 1-all after trailing by 1 frame. As you can see there, Charles, Johnny's opponent, has conceded the frame, felt that it is well without his, outside of his reach. They also have a rule within the tournament that if there's 3 balls left and the break is more than, the difference between the breaks is more than 48, then it is asked of the player who's trailing just to concede the match. The reason for that being is we are promoting exciting snooker, so we want to entertain you as the viewer. You can see there, Johnny has asked the referee just to clean the ball. Very important that that ball is clean, and that ties in nicely with our sponsor, TAOM Classic, TAOM International. It's a billiard company. They make incredible products, including chalk and tips for the professional player as well as everyday player. They cater for everyone, but it is just a standard that is hard to match internationally. The reason for that being is if I can take something as simple as chalk, if you put chalk at the top of your cue on the tip, that is so that if you play a shot that the cue tip does not slip and you miss cue, that would mean you would guarantee basically miss the shot. If you're lucky, it might fall somewhere else, but not the way that you intended. But the bigger thing, and this is what sets TAOM apart, is their chalk. If you've seen a pool table, you'll see that there's a lot of chalk marks and powder marks on the table, and if you play a shot, you'll see that the chalk comes off on the ball, and that in snooker, especially snooker, it's other cue sports as well, but specifically in snooker, is a big problem, because if there is a little bit of chalk left on that ball, and that ball is then played and contact between the 2 balls is made at the point where that chalk is on the ball, you again are guaranteed to miss that shot. Not specifically, not make it at all, but if you do, you'll be considered lucky. So that is, in terminology of snooker, called a kick. Basically, when the 2 balls make contact and there's a chalk in between. But now you get, for example, products like TAOM Pyro and the V10 chalks, and that, ladies and gents, I have seen personally. You can play, and you can play a full day, and chances are you'll not even see a little bit of chalk on that table or on a ball. It does obviously still happen, but it is a big, big improvement. So well done there by TAOM Billiards, and it is also heavily promoted by legends in the sport, amongst others, Mark Selby, Sean Murphy, Gareth Butts, and Mika Immonen. Go and jump onto their website. It's TAOM Billiards, and you will find a lot of information on them. And even if you jump on YouTube and just type in TAOM Billiards, you'll see how much support they put in behind Q Sports. They sponsor a lot of events. Very exciting to watch, and it's an absolute privilege to have TAOM Billiards as a part of Pro Snooker and this TAOM Classic. You can see there, Charles just holding his hand over the cue ball, seeing if there's a little bit of light coming through. Reason for that being is if it is touching, you'd need to play away from that ball. That ball cannot move. I don't think he has a pot on here, so I'll probably try and get that cue ball safely again. Does so. Nicely played, hiding behind that green, so that limits your options. The blue also assisting there. Basically just the reds on the right-hand side of the screen available to Johnny. Shaw leading 5 points, but frames are tied, 1 each. Over on our second stream, we have Kevin Shalfa against Fakhri Gerdin. Scores currently 1 frame each, but Fakhri is leading 59-29. However, Kevin has made a little bit of a comeback. It looked like Fakhri's frame definitely. However, this should now bring Fakhri back to the table. Playing the blue. Double kissed, but very interesting match over on the other stream. So please go have a look there as well. But the match you are watching at the moment is at the main table. You can see they have broken off. Shaw not leaving a lot of options here for Johnny. Probably just send that cue ball back into the bulk end. Try and hide behind a color. How's the brown going to help him? Very nicely. Maybe wanted it a little bit closer to that bottom rail or the top rail as you're looking at the screen. But he does have a shot. Wouldn't need to play cushion or swerve. But not a shot that he could make, so he's probably just going to play the safe in between the pink and the blue. Wants this to go more. Again, creating a little bit of distance. We'll see a lot of professionals here. Blue into that pack of reds to split them open, but that just depends. Left himself with options here. Obviously the red to the right of the table could be a little bit easier, but it just depends on the angle. Not opting for that, assuming that the angle is a bit much, and he'd have to cue over those red balls. So a little bit of an easier cue here for Johnny. Nicely played. Takes him to 7 points. He's now again in the lead, 7 points to 6. Nicely played. Again, it just slowly rolling in those balls, giving it every opportunity to go down. Now has an opportunity for the right to the bottom right of your screen. Nicely played. Gotten himself out, left himself on the pink here. Won't be playing the blue because the cue ball will be moving away from the cluster of balls. So looking at the pink. Floated it off slightly to the left, as you can look at the table, but left himself here with an opportunity. Let's see there, the referee replacing the ball. Does look like the red just below the pink can go, but also the one that he's going for at the moment, just to the right of the pink. Controls the cue ball. Let's see where he ends up. Oh, he's left himself a little bit short, wanted a little bit harder. So he has a shot on that red just below the pink. This is not going to be easy. If he even goes for the shot, can't really see how much of that red he can see, but he'd need to cut it to the bottom right. If not, he'd rather probably opt to go for a safety instead of just banging and splitting the balls open. But 22 points to 6 currently for Johnny. Nicely played on the pink. Practicing a lot with that rest, very important. As you can see there at the bottom of your screen, Johnny's a break at the moment on 28. It's 4 reds, 1 blue, 2 pinks, and 1 black. has made the red. Takes him to 29. This is not easy. He's left himself with anything easy, and you can see there his hand shaking a little bit because this is tough. You need to bridge over those red balls. See how well he does. Very well played. Does look like he's left himself on another red again, but is Johnny confident enough to take this on? Oh, how close was that? Charles back at the table. Points difference currently 29. Fahri has extended his lead over on the other table. It's two frames to one there at the moment. It is best out of 9, so first player to reach 5, or at the end of the time that the match or the session is scheduled for, which is 3.5 hours. A little bit of a safety exchange here. Confidence being shown there by Johnny. Going for it. Where's that cue ball? Oh, so close to dropping in the top left-hand side of your screen. Again, would have been a foul. Points awarded to Charles. Total points would be 4 points. Charles joining us all the way from Port Elizabeth. He's also recently won the South African singles title, which he's very happy about, but he's been really busy. He's got a baby at home. And that is a total of 2 kids that Charles has at the moment, but the youngest one was born recently, so he has said to us that it has been a bit of a madhouse. You've got baby screaming, but obviously he wouldn't miss this for the world. And again, Charles is under pressure here at the moment. It's 35 points to 6, difference 29. Johnny at the table replies with a safety. Took a little bit of a chance there. If he could cut that red onto the other, maybe make it. But what is nice is he's left the cue ball tucked in behind the green. How much can Charles see here? Calling over the referee just to make sure that if he does have a shot on this red, little bit of swerve being played there by Charles. See, just off the rail, bouncing, just making sure that he doesn't leave that cue ball and the red that he just played in a straight line or a straight-ish line to that bottom right of your screen. So, played that sufficiently. What has he left Johnny with? Just again running that cue ball down, getting the cue ball as close as possible to that rail. So, options here for Johnny. Could make this to the middle, but a distance, let's see. It looks, oh, just a little bit to the left. But a good attempt. However, he's now left Charles with a great opportunity, red to the middle. Cue ball is not close to the rail. This is a pretty reasonable shot here. It's also not difficult to get position on another color. Nicely played. He's got an option of the blue, but he'll probably go for one of the 3 colors at the top of your screen, because that would send the cue ball natural angle down towards the reds. looking at the green at the moment.
Black in 7. So pot
Left himself nicely for the red to the bottom left.
always alternate. We always alternate.
What can Charles do here? This isn't the most difficult layout on a snooker table that I've seen, but it's all about confidence now and how well Charles can focus.
So for every red that you put, you have to support it with a color ball.
Playing for the red just below the pink. Needs to stabilize himself.
Constantly compromising yourself in the process. Doesn't score in snooker.
Nicely played there, kept himself nice and still. You need to stabilize yourself, regain your balance, and play the shot and stay down. It's very important just to maintain your form. Basically doing the same thing over and over and over again, even after you've played a shot. Making sure that you don't jump up, making sure that you stay down, pay attention to what the balls are doing. You basically teach your mind what is happening. So opting to play safe again. 11 points to 35. Difference is 24 in favor of Johnny. This is very entertaining. As I said, Johnny is the underdog. However, at the moment he's in the lead. Frames 1-all, but he is leading third frame with points, total of 24. Oh, he got lucky. You can see raise of the hand there. Beautiful sportsmanship there again by Johnny. Had another fluke as well in the first match, if I'm not mistaken. Again, made a red, raised his hand in apology, not claiming that that is what he has gone for. That is a great sportsmanship there by Johnny, and you'll quite often see that. It is a very rare. It's also frowned upon if a player does not do that. We all have gotten lucky at some point, so just acknowledge it. Doesn't make you a bad player. You just have a little bit of luck. Made the brown.
We haven't seen a high break yet in this match. Let's see what Ken has got in store for us.
Again, options here. Gonna have to probably opt for the rest here again. It is a bit of a stretch. Can see shake of the head there. Rather decides to try and lean. Doesn't look like it's working. Opting to go for the rest. This is incredibly important if you want to be a successful player. So you need to practice with this rest.
I was saying earlier on, the objective is to put the red and then put your color ball.
Oof, that is unfortunate there for Johnny.
All we have to be doing
But then also at the same time, not sure if he would have left himself on the pink.
finish the color ball on this. Finish with the reds, move over.
Difference still 29.
Put them in order of right.
Safety shot, get in behind that brown would be what Charles is thinking. He's got the black helping him as well, but he can see the reds.
Plus the black.
Played it. Oh, he's going to miss. Oh, he wanted to miss that black ball. However, it did not, so unfortunate there for Johnny. He's left Charles with some options here. Again, nothing easy. Nothing in snooker is ever easy. Did mention right at the start of the frame, the table that these guys are playing on, it is a steel block table, which is different to a lot of the other snooker tables that you'll find in South Africa. It is incredibly responsive, incredibly accurate. It is a beautiful table, and it is a world-class standard. So players often on this table, as well as the table on the other stream, both of them are Uraka tables, have found it quite tough coming off of the standard snooker tables because this does play a little bit more difficult. Nicely on the black there. Left himself with the brown to the middle. Black nice and close there as well. Is that the black? No, that seems to be the green. The referee replacing the black just there. So red to the middle. Does then have options of both the blue and the green. Let's see, is he going to opt for more points or the easier shots? More points being the blue, easier shot being the green, but less points. Opts for more points and goes for the blue, makes it successfully, and the lead has now shrunk down to only 15 points. So good fight back being shown here by Charles, proving why he is ranked number one, never backing down. And it is the fighting spirit in a player such as Charles that could set you apart from your opponent, especially in a tournament like this. We will start at 10 o'clock this morning, which we have obviously done, and the final only takes place tomorrow, so it is quite long, quite a few matches that you need to play. So important to have a lot of mental strength. Physical fitness is important. And also interestingly enough, Charles playing from the Diaz Sports Club that is down in Port Elizabeth. Very proud of the fact that he plays from the Diaz Sports Club and has spoken a lot of good things of them. So just a big thank you to you guys also for making it possible for these players to then practice and hone their skills. So a big, big thank you. Left himself on the black. Is he going to try and get this back to go for the red on the right-hand side, or try and leave himself for the more difficult red that is just below the black? He has opted for that. This is a tough shot, ladies and gents. Lead 1 point now. This is important because if he brings back Johnny to the table, Johnny can extend the lead once again and take it away from Charles. Big shot. Wow, beautifully played there by Charles. Just so much control, just making sure that he brings that cue ball just off the rail enough to get back on the black. He's extended his lead by 2 points. This is for a 9-point lead. Does extend it to 9 points nicely on the next red. Opting for the rest. Was not a difficult shot there, but Charles just making absolutely sure that he stays in control, because now he can pot one more color, any color, and then he needs to start working on the colors in order of yellow, green, which is just below the blue, the brown, the blue, the pink, and the black. So this is not an easy clearance of the colors here. Is it well? How's he going to end up on this yellow? Needs to slow it down. Or is he behind that brown? The referee replacing the green ball. Lead only 13 points, so still anyone's game. Yellow. Oh, he's missed it. This brings back Johnny. This is now very interesting, ladies and gents. 13 points. The difference, the total on the table is 27 points. Means that Johnny now also has to play that yellow.
Opportunity to claw back into this match. Scroll into this frame. Does well. 5 points to middle.
Yeah, this is very important here for Johnny. First of all, he wants to make it and also make sure that he plays it confidently enough. But
Required someone close to the cushion and maybe come down with that red. Only thing there is
ooh,
sure
how's his luck? That is tough. The green has been put back in its place, which was clever there by Scholl, knowing that if he pots all the colours, he could just pot the green there instead of having to go from the yellow to the green next. The green is then on its spot. This is still not easy. Played nicely. Does leave himself on the green. It should pass the brown. Stun it a little bit. That's perfectly fine. Now needs to get onto this blue, and this is probably the most important ball still left on the table. Needs to get perfect position here. Probably run it one rail, maybe two, just to get as close as possible to that blue. One. How close is he going to get to the second one? Doesn't. Lead currently 12 points for Scholl. This is going to upset Johnny so much. He was in the lead and doing this so well. Beautifully played there by Scholl. Nice control. 13 points left. 17 points the difference. That is the match, ladies and gents. I'm sure Johnny will concede. Does indeed. The black is the only ball on the table, which means I can't possibly snooker you just with the black on the table. Scholl doesn't even have to go down to pot the black. Black is only 7 points. The lead is past that, so score currently 2-1. But a nice challenge being put forth here by Johnny. But well answered, and in response, Scholl has gone to 1 up. It is a best out of 9. First player to reach 5 points. It is the TAOM Classic in 2022. It's the second edition of this event. Previous one was also won by Charles Jonk. Over on our other stream, a very similar scoreline, a 2-1. However, they have already started the fourth frame, at which Fakhri is leading 56 to 31. As we wait there for our referee just to get the balls in place. You can see the balls are about to be racked. It's 15 red balls racked in a triangle. The pink ball just goes to the front of that rack after the rack is then removed. The black is just below the triangle, right in the center of the table, widthwise, and then you've got the green on its spot, which is there just to the left, right just above the shoulder of our referee. Where the referee's head is will be the brown, and the yellow just to the left, and then you've got the blue in the middle of the table, as you can see there beautifully. So players are just about ready to get on the way again with frame number 4. We'll be back with you shortly, ladies and gents. It looks like the players have just taken a quick break. will return to the action as soon as possible. You can see Johnny has returned. Just waiting for Charles now.
But obviously, battle is a bit at what will opt for safety. That shot of the cushion is nice. What can we do with this? Okay, battle for a bit. Kevin might just struck gold there because Charles has left the queen on the pivot. All he has to do is take it in. Then I'm sure he sets himself up for the ground and just overran that a bit. I think he's got a good position off the center from where he is. Portugal obviously should continue the center battle, which at this point in time would be a bit risky because the table is quite open. Nicely done there. Toward his break to 7. Guess that's blew into that bottom left corner pocket. Then he's going to move to a 12. That's that up the pivot. Leaves a clear-cut chance for Fabry to seal this frame. Obviously smelling blood, he'll go for the kill. He's going to do with so much ease. That's obviously conceded, and Fabry is running away with it.
As we wait for the tables to return over on our main table here in the Q Master Snooker Center. This is the signature room. We wait for Charles to return. You can see Johnny is sitting there to the right. Just an update over on our other match. The other stream is a 3-1. It's Fakhri Kerdin against Kevin Shelfer. And Fakhri is currently leading 3 frames to 0. 3 frames to 1. And it is a best out of 9. So Fakhri basically just needs 2 more matches and he'll be through to the next round, which is the top 8.
There we see our referee, Nathaniel Godwin-Ridge. The TAOM man, decent player himself. Played a main qualifier and just fell short in that main qualifier. Otherwise, he'd have been cut off the guy for the play today.
Just to advise the viewers, there's nothing wrong with your stream. We are just waiting for Charles Young just to return back to the table. He's just quickly stepped away, so he'll be back in just a sec. And we'll get the next frame underway, which is frame number 4. Charles leading 2-1, needs 3 more frames, and he'll go through to the top 8.
This a 6-minute counter to Kevin Shelfer and Fakhri Kerdin. Fakhri currently leads by 3 frames to 1. Every match is allocated 3.5 hours. Best
Yeah, just waiting idly by just for Charles just to return. Probably has taken a bathroom break, which is allowed by the players.
Shelter find himself in all sorts of problems, having the first to draw first blood.
You can also see there, just to the right, just right there next to Johnny, as he's sitting there on the right-hand side of the screen, is My Day Brands. That's our official drink sponsor. They have sponsored incredible juices for this event. Obviously, these guys try and stay in best form as possible. So obviously, being health conscious, those juices do the trick. So a big thank you to Di Moodley and his team for always supporting Q Sports. They are just incredible. So a big thank you to My Day Brands.
Looking for the perfect product for the entire family? With so many products to choose from, the only difficult decision would be deciding on the right one. He wants a pool table, but she only has eyes for fashionable furniture. Here's the perfect compromise. He's looking for something special for his man cave. And them for their studio. Find your brand new home entertainment products right here at United King of Pool. United King of Pool, the player's choice.
And we are back, ladies and gents, and you just saw the United pool tables ad running there while we waited for Charles just to return from his break, which he has done. But again, just behind Johnny, as you can see there, is the United logo. You'll see it now as soon as he steps away. And there you can see it come into picture. They manufacture their own tables, and it is also an incredible standard. They offer anything from 7-foot and 9-ball, Hable tables, and snooker tables. You can just get in touch with them, even as far as a 3/4 snooker tables. So just get in touch with them. They have incredible products and basically anything that you might need, even irrespective of the level that you are playing at. They have an incredible showroom. It's based there in Alberton. So just maybe if you're in the area, pop in, go have a look. Incredible staff, very knowledgeable. If you need a repair queue, anything like that, absolutely great company. So a big thank you to them for also being a part of United and the TAOM Classic last 16. It is the TAOM Classic last 16, but just a thank you to United for being a part as well. As again, as we referred there, TAOM is an incredible brand. They are the main sponsor, and they have now become the main sponsor for this event, doing incredibly well in terms of the products that they provide. The professionals can't get enough. But back to the match, as you can see there, 9 points. He now extends it to 16. There's a lot of distance between the cue ball and the next red. So question being is, will he play safe or will he go for it? Whoa, that was a beautiful shot. That, ladies and gents, is incredible to see. It's incredibly difficult to putt that distance with that amount of accuracy. It's not a straight shot. There's a little bit of angle, which some players might say makes it a little bit easier, because if it's perfectly straight, that is a problem. Even for the players at this level, they'll take a little bit more time and try and not absolutely bang it in. Unlike what Charles did in Wanderers in December, he potted the length of the table, just about a black, into the corner pocket to win that match. It was 4-all. Time was running out. He banged it in and he won the match. It was incredible. Goosebumps from everyone that watched the match. So great to see. And this is hopefully a repeat in this event as well. So again, a little bit of nice position there by Shaw. Just off the rail. Wants to not be straight. Leave himself with options. Problem is, if you are straight on a shot, so the only options that you've got is taking the cue ball forward or backward. And another option would be is if you cheat the pocket a little bit, you try and steal with it. But that on these tables is very difficult. You have to play with less power, Otherwise, that ball just rattles and comes out. Nice shot. He's taken out a couple of reds. Needs the cue ball off the rail, which it has come slightly. Has left himself with the red to the middle.
Towards Kevin. Nice 6 points. Nice if Kevin at this point in time just gets 6 points without pointing any. Kevin trailing behind.
Oof, off the jaw. Would have gotten position on the black. But again, the question is, what has he left? Johnny, you can see he's got the left red. He can play that up the table. He's got the red just to the right of it that he can play to the top right of the table. Should also be able to cut that to the middle, but let's see what he opts for here.
We will definitely see more breaks or high breaks coming from him. Pretty sure.
Very close. Unfortunate there. This now brings Charles back to the table. He's gone down quite quickly, which means that he can probably see that red quite clearly. Does. Now will Charles entertain us by playing the blue to the middle and running that cue ball into the reds. That would be a confident shot, but it looks like he's looking at the green.
Kevin for the black center. Nicely done. I'm not too sure if that
Opted for the brown. Wanted to crawl in nice and close to that red. See how well that worked out. Not a lot of distance between the red and the cue ball. Brown back on its spot. Oof, that is tough. Tough going there by Charles. Missed that red to the middle. Question again, has he left it on for Johnny? Johnny's gone down again quite quickly. It looks good. Oof, off the jaw once again. And this shouldn't be a problem for Charles here, but neither has the previous shot should have been an issue for him, but he battled just slightly, just a short lapse in concentration. Played it confidently, he's letting the cue ball run around a little bit. Let's see where he ends up. Can he see the pink to the bottom right? Can he see the black to the bottom right? Surely he can see the blue to the middle, as well as the top right. Rather opted to go for the safety. He's in the lead, 38 points to 0. This brings Johnny to the table. Johnny would desperately want to score some points here. It has been some tough frames for him. He was in the lead, and Charles came back and took the lead back, which is a great showcase by Charles. However, that would very likely so bother Johnny quite a bit, because the match was his, or the frame was his, rather. And he just let it slip through his fingers, but that is unfortunately at this level very difficult. Looks like quite a good shot here by Charles. He's left Johnny in quite a bit of trouble here. Need to touch a red. The referee would have looked to see if he can clearly see that red straight line, which he could. Nice safety again played by Charles. Should get the cue ball between the brown and the blue to make contact of any of the reds just to the left of the pink. But the question is he going to go for it? How's he going to play this? Is he going to go safe? Is he going to try and get a bit of confidence back? Johnny made a really good start. Charles doing even better just to fight his way back. Oh, that again was so close, but at that distance, margin for error is so high. Sorry, is so low. You miss it by a little bit at that distance, chances are it will be miss. Nicely played there by Charles. This brings him back to the table, just again extending his lead by 1 point there, but he's got an opportunity here to increase it even higher. He's got the yellow to the middle. Played a lot of running side there, so he wanted the cue ball to move around the table, which it has done. Doesn't need to cue over the blue for this red to the bottom left. Nicely played, controlling the cue ball. Nicely played. It's made the ball, but he's not happy with his position on the next red. Is he just going to play a safety? Johnny, funny enough, is still on 0 points. You would not be used to that. Slowly rolling it. Missed the brown. Touched the brown, but not too bad. Again, not left Johnny with a lot of options here. Cut. Oh, that again was so close by Johnny, and it's such a pity because he's kind of lost a little bit of momentum here. Again, rather opting to play safe. Where is that? A brown and green. Covering. Nice. So covering the cue ball with the brown and green. Don't think you can see any reds. Is that going to reach the red? No, it does not. So that is a foul. Unfortunate there by Johnny. 4 points awarded to Charles for that foul. Charles now has the option to ask the referee to replace the ball, which he has done, which means that Johnny would need to play that shot again. Charles does have the option to play from where the ball stopped, but unless he has an easy shot or another easy safety, his opponent got quite close to getting out of that safety, chances are he would not play from there. Again, pace, it's all about the pace. Is it going to get there? It does. Very nicely played. Big shot here. Does have Charles. Does Charles have any reds open? Or is he just going to try and stick that cue ball back at the top of the table? Could he be going for the middle or a safety? He went very aggressively and it paid off well. Made the red to the right hand side middle. 1 point added to his break. The lead currently 52 points. Nicely played. Nicely played there again. all about maintaining control of that cue ball. Break currently on 9. Black back in its position. Does look like he has another red to the bottom left. Does, and he has held the cue ball nicely for the pink to the middle. Just to explain to any of the new viewers joining us that aren't really familiar with the rule set, this is snooker, the beautiful game that you are watching here today. You see, obviously, yes, that is quite a large table. Don't know if you can get a perspective, but if you look on our other stream, it's actually a side-on view of the table. It gives you more of an idea as to how big these tables are compared to someone stretching down and playing. But as you'll see here, Charles, looking at his next shot, would start off a break, basically meaning start off the first time you come to the table in a frame. A frame would basically be that specific match, and that specific match is a comprising of a total of 9 maximum frames. So best of 9. If you win 5-0, it means that your opponent cannot come back. But if you then start your frame, start your break, the first ball that you need to make is a red ball. That red ball is valued at 1 point. Thereafter, you are forced. You do not have a choice. You have to play any other color ball. You're not allowed to play the cue ball straight in the pocket. You need to either go for blue, yellow, green, brown, and you'll see the pink is coming back onto the table there. Just below that, the black. Each one of those colors are awarded their own points as well. They don't share the same points. Again, as I said there, the red is 1 point. Then jumping over to the yellow, which is at the top left, that is 2 points. The green, which is right there by Charles, that is a total of 3 points. The brown 4, the blue 5, the pink is 6, the black is a total of 7 points. So basically, you need to go red color, and then in a specific order. Once all the red balls are gone, you need to play the yellow, green, brown, blue, pink, and black in that order. And at the end, when it is not possible for your opponent to win, or you have scored more points than your opponent, then it is the end of the frame and you will get 1 point. So frame score currently 2-1. Charles is leading. Very interesting. Johnny had a great start. Charles is the favorite for this match. Johnny is by far the underdog, but Johnny has done really, really well. And that extends the lead. 3-1. Johnny has lost a lot of momentum here. He'll want to regain that as quickly as possible. It's still not the end. We have been playing for a total of 40 minutes. Oh, I'm lying. It has been a lot longer than that. We started at 10 o'clock. My watch currently is stating that it is at 22:12. So we've been playing for almost 2 hours, which means that there's just over an hour and a half left. Shovel down on the shot. Again, a distance. How's he playing it? Safely. Leave the cue ball at the bottom of all of the other balls, which means that if you play a shot, you need to play it to the top of the table. Chances are, you'll probably see Johnny just playing safe again and trying to hide the cue ball and prevent Charles from seeing the red that is now at the top of the table. How did that turn out? Can he see that red? Might, but there are better options out there than playing that red, but that is the important part. You don't want to leave your opponent an opportunity to get back into the points. So 3-1 in favor of Charles at the moment. I'm sure he'll be quite relieved. He was trailing in a lot of the frames. I think basically all three of the preceding frames, apart from the last one. He was trailing at one point, and then he fought his way back like a true champion. And as I said a little bit earlier, very exciting. Charles winning the SA singles title last week, Saturday, if I'm not mistaken. So massive congratulations there to the Young and Young family.
He's got active promotions. This frame basically is now
Just an update over on our next table. 47.24 in favor of Fakhri Khirtin, and he is also leading 4 frames to 1 in essence. If he just wins one more frame, Fakhri is then through to the next round. So doing really well. Also started off a little bit edgy as he lost the first frame to Kevin Shelfer, but Fakhri has since fought back and he has taken 4 straight frames. He's taken it 4-1. Nicely played there. Again, sending that cue ball back. Wanted to miss the yellow. But there's so many obstacle balls here now in terms of reds. It's very difficult for you to make your way with the cue ball back to the top of the table. So risky shot here. Goes for it, makes it, leaves himself on a color, does he? Yes, he does. He is on the blue. This could be a big break for Charles here. Has a lot of control over that cue ball, so you want to try and get as nice and perfectly as possible to your next object ball. Always bear that in mind. Playing a few shots in advance. Don't think that went according to plan, but there's so many balls spread out. Fortunately for Charles here, he does have options. Right to the middle. Break continues. It's currently on 7. It's 2 reds and 1 blue. That blue being 5 points. The 2 reds being 1 point each, putting the total on 7. Another blue, so you can take it to 12. Again, quite a few options here. To get in between that black as quickly as possible. Nicely played. He's held it for the black. So now it's all about controlling that cue ball, making sure you pot the ball, get on to the next one, and build that break. Currently on 12. Should go to 13. There we go. Made the black. How does he feel about position? And where's that black going? Black does indeed go on its spot. Pink was open, so if it didn't go on its spot, it would have gone to the pink spot. So I'll be happy to see that it is still in its spot. The players do practice, obviously with the color balls being on the same position the whole time. Woof, beautiful, nice controlled shot there. Again, Charles is starting to feel and look good. He's leading 3-1 in the match and 21 points to 0 in the frame. Taking a little bit of time here. Playing it to the middle. No, He's playing it straight from this angle. Did not look like it would pass those reds on the left, but did. Again, all about that control, building the break slowly but surely. 26. Oh, that is a big miss. Hasn't left anything incredibly easy for Johnny. Will probably try and play the red just below the black, just because cutting the red that's to the right of the cue ball will be very tough. Let's see if he does that. Oh, misses. That is indeed the ball that he went for. This opens up the black also quite a bit more. Now, one would say this is a very big shot. Does he have the red to the middle? Does he have to cut one of the reds at the bottom? Or can he play the red on the right-hand side of the screen to the middle? Opting to go for a more difficult shot, but easier to control the cue ball to get onto the black again. Nice and easy touch. Is that too soft? It is. You can see Charles not happy with that shot. Shaking his cue. This is a big opportunity here for Johnny. Johnny opting for the rest just to extend his reach. Probably add an extension to that cue as well. Always encouraged for players that when they do start playing, don't fear the rest. It does feel a little bit awkward, but if you do play with it enough, it becomes like an extension of your body, and it will just increase the way that you play. So try not to avoid the rest, even if someone might say that you do look a little bit silly, even if it's on a 7-foot table. Opt to go for the rest. There's nothing wrong with it. It is part of the equipment. You're allowed to use it, so instead of missing, you can play a lovely rest shot, and people will know not to leave you in awkward positions. Nice black to the corner. Johnny is currently on 8. Difference is 18. Still early in the frame. Johnny will definitely hope to claw one back, make it 3-2, and then another to make it 3-3. Is that in? Beautifully played to the middle there. How's his position? Getting close to the end of the Kevin Shalfa and Fakhri Girdin match. Fakhri currently leading 57 points to 28. He is at the table playing the colors. Just spotted the green. He's going to play the brown now. So if he wins this match, he's through to the quarterfinals. Johnny Siderados will be very nervous here. Charles at the table.
Congratulations to Fakhri, making it to the last 8.
Just some confirmation there. Fakhri has gone through to the quarterfinals, so big congratulations there to the number 2 seed. Unfortunately there for Kevin. Started off really well, won the first frame and put a little bit of pressure there on Fakhri, but Fakhri, having a lot of experience, just fought back and did really well, and he won the match 5-1. So 1 red down there for Johnny. He is back at the table. Not sure if he will be too happy with the position that he got there. He played the black. Has now extended his break to 8 points. The difference is 17, 34, 17. So just some confirmation there. Next matches in the quarterfinals will start at 2 o'clock this afternoon. How well can he play this red? Oh, that was so tough. Johnny will be so disappointed. You can see hand on the hip there. Looking at that, he's left that wide open for Charles. Easy position on the black. Still a bit of work to do with the reds on the left, but the problem is he is not on the table anymore, so Johnny will be disappointed with that. Charles back at the table. To go for the black. Let's see what he has in store next. Oh, he missed that. How did Charles miss that? Good thing he missed it in such a way that he didn't leave himself with good position. Otherwise, that would have been much easier now for Johnny. Safety played by Johnny.
Okay. Johnny, to watch that score. Because the board is frozen. Okay.
Good play around behind the pink and pot the red. Did play around behind it, but didn't go aggressively enough, which is definitely maybe a good option. But he was in the lead there, even though the lead isn't by much. But that would have surely then got him in position for the black and regain and just extend a little bit of control in this match. But now Johnny back at the table. Is he going to the middle with this red? Does played it very nicely, so he does have options for either the blue as well as the black. Where is that cue ball going? Johnny has now taken the lead difference just to 9, so he's trailing by 9. Break of 16 at the moment. We're currently on 10 points difference. Break of 1, playing a safety shot here. Slightly off. Block some options there with the brown. Charles the assassin Yonk at the table. Let's see what he can come up with. Opts to go safe again. How will this end up? Does look like he should be okay. There's options here for Johnny, but nothing easy. take a very good shot, stay at the table. Opts to go safe rather. Let's see where the cue ball's going. Oh, that is almost a very good shot. It just crept up a little bit behind that yellow. So I'm sure he can see a red. Shouldn't be too hard to get out of it either, because you can just play off the red. There's a red quite close to the rail, so you can just come off the rail and hit the red. Again, all about knowing where the cue ball's going, because you don't want to give Johnny an opportunity now. The lead is now dropped to only 3 points for Charles. Has played it. Where's that red going? Will you see it to the middle? No, he'll see it for the bottom right. That is an unforced error there by Charles. Option here, again, not easy. Quite a fine cut. Oof, red off the jaw. 3 points the difference. It is still match on, ladies and gents. Charles will want to try and lock this down as quickly as possible to take it to 4-1. Just needs one more frame, same way that Fakhri has won his against Kevin. 5-1, that gets you off the table, that allows you to go and relax and spend some time just gathering yourself and preparing for your next match. You don't want to be playing the whole time. Makes it a little bit difficult. Lead extended by 1 point to 4 points. Oh, where? Oh. The ball is coming out. Played that nicely, used the black as well. Again, tough shot for Charles here. But he'll come off the rail, get position on the black. Oh, he's left Johnny here. Johnny should be able to make this unless he's got some nerves. We are over in a lovely rainy Durban. It's been raining all day. So just wishing everyone well, please stay safe. Obviously we had the sad news of what happened in Durban not too long ago. So please everyone try and rather stay indoors, enjoy the snooker with us. Be safe and just look after your loved ones, please. It has been pouring down all day here, and I heard it is quite cold in Johannesburg as well. So everyone, just please stay warm and stay safe. Let's see Johnny on the black here. Oh, again, a lot of nerves creeping in now, and now the problem is he has left Charles the only red. He's left him a shot. But Charles can play this in such a way that if he doesn't make it, it rattles and comes back out again. But Charles, confident player, will probably go for this. Oh, it comes out. Where is that going to stop? He's lucky if it stopped right over the middle pocket. That would have been a much easier shot. Now, down the rail. At least not touching again. Needs a lot of control here, but the difference in points, only 8. Still anyone's match. Oh, that missed by quite a distance. Cue ball very close to the rail on the left of the screen there. Always makes the shot a lot tougher. Rather opted to go for safety there. Can still see the ball, but can't do much with it. Left the red open, not an easy cut, but fortunately if he does try and cut it, it will naturally take the cue ball back to the table right at the top where Charles is standing. So not a lot of risk in the shot. Oh, he missed it. This is interesting because he is now awarded 4 points to Johnny. The referee will replace the ball. Charles assisting the referee just to position the ball. 4 points will be awarded to Charles for that miss. But if he can see that ball, if he misses a total of 3 times, interestingly, that'll be the end of the frame. It will be awarded to Johnny. See, they played successfully. Not an easy shot here for Johnny, so it is a little bit of a back and forth at the moment. Oh, cue ball down. That is now again points awarded for the foul to Charles. Four points once again. Cue ball going down. Charles would have loved if that cue ball stayed behind the black. This is now a little bit of a tester here. This is a great opportunity for Johnny. Shot is open. He can make this. He has made this. Will he make it now when it counts the most? He cannot. Is he going to get a little bit lucky? Has made the red. Where's he going to end up in terms of position? Quite a few options here. Maybe try and look at getting that brown back into position. It is at the bottom of the table, but it is also the highest of the colors at the bottom of the table. Might not pass the yellow. I think that is why he's playing green. Green ball being returned to the table. And now he's going to play in order. Green, sorry, the yellow, green, brown, blue, pink, and then the black. Oh, and he's missed. Lapse in concentration. What has he left Johnny with? I think he should be able to cut this to the middle. Just come off the rail. Maybe 2 rails, depending on the angle, and just get nice and straight on that green ball. Can roll it in slowly and you on the brown. He has made it, however position. This is tricky. He's not happy with that. He had to go to the green from here, but he's left himself behind the pink and the blue. He'll be very upset with himself here. Difference is currently 10 points, 49 points to 39 in favor of Charles Young. He's also leading on the frame count, 3 frames to 1. It is the first to 5 frames. They'll take the match, or if you are leading at the end of the session, which is 3.5 hours, that is a foul, and it is on the green ball. So again, another 4 points, 4 points being awarded to Charles. Charles taking his time. Nice control there. 52 points. Needs to make this brown. That is very nicely played. Get onto the right side of the blue. Still okay. Can't play this too hard and have the cue ball drift too far away from the pink. But he'll want to ensure that this pink after the blue will secure him the frame. Drifting it off slightly. Just a little bit of angle on here. Charles shouldn't have too much of a problem. 22 points the difference. If he misses, we should see Johnny declare the frame, and he does. No, he does not. Has decided he could make this work. There we go, the cue goes down. That did not work. He wanted to take the pink out of the pocket, try and hide behind the black so that he can score points on the pink. Didn't work, pink went down. Only the one ball on the table, very hard to then leave someone an unplayable shot. So concedes, and it is 4-1 at the moment. If Charles can win at the next frame, he'll be through to the last 8. If he cannot, that would then take him through to the next frame, and hopefully we can see Johnny start staging a comeback, because I'm sure he did not come here to go home in the round of top 16. Looks like players are taking a little bit of a break once again, so we'll be back shortly. Thank you. Right, so we are back. We see the Charles Young bridge hand on the table where that cue is resting. Taking a nice little shot, getting the cue ball all the way back to the other end. Oof, wanted to avoid that draw, luckily did, because we've seen so many times that cue ball moving its way back down to the table where you want it. then hitting that middle pocket jaw, and then jumping and coming back towards the cluster of the reds, which in all likelihood would give your opponent an option. And that is ideally not what you want. So Charles going down here, likely to go for this. Dirt. Is he going to get lucky? He's going to get very unlucky. This is a great opportunity here now for Johnny, trailing 4 frames to 1. You want to make this count. He wants to take it at 4-2, then 4-3, hopefully 4-4, and make it 5-4. Charles just needs 1 more frame. Johnny in turn needs 4 in a row, so that will be no easy feat, especially against the rank number 1 player. See, Johnny is taking his time to go down on the shot. This is clearly very important for him. Has made a red, went to go for that green. Fortunately left it in the pocket, but what has he left Charles with here? Nothing easy by the looks of things. Looks like he's just going to play safe again, get that red down to the bottom of the table, leave the cue ball at the top. No, he went for a cut shot. That is very risky. How did that turn out? Is it blocked by the brown? We'll see that now with Johnny's reaction. Does look like he's going down on that shot. Looks like he can squeeze through between the yellow and brown. Oh, how did he miss that? Johnny is clearly showing a lot of frustration here at the moment. He was leading in so many of the frames. Charles fought back. He's been playing really well, actually. But Charles just proving a step above his opponent, Johnny. But a great sportsmanship either way, and very entertaining match thus far. Great shot there by Johnny. Is this an opportunity? He's currently leading 2-0 in terms of points in this frame, but in frame count, he is 4-1 behind. Charles back at the table. Needs to get that cue ball all the way back to the top. Avoid the brown. Doesn't. This will leave options here for Johnny. Interesting safety shot there. Trying to leave cue ball tied to the rail, not leaving a lot of options. Seems to have been okay, depending on the angles that he's got. But what can Charles come up with here? Tough here for Johnny. Yes, he is leading in points here, but he needs to secure this frame, stay in the match. Needs 4 in a row. Charles only needs 1. Close there. Not easy going to be bridging over this green. Shake of the head there by Johnny. Let's see. This is so important to him. He's travelled all the way from Cape Town to Durban. He's obviously qualified through the mini qualifier, the TAOM Classic mini qualifier, and then as well the TAOM Classic qualifier, and he's now currently playing in the TAOM Classic last 16. So a lot of hard work went into qualifying for this event, and he's travelled quite far. He does not want to go out now. Let's see what Charles can do. Left him behind the black. I don't think it should be too much of an option here for Johnny to get out of. And tries to take that cue ball all the way to the bottom of the table. How's this going to turn out? Nudging the green, and it drops. That is a foul, and it is a total of 4 points for that foul. Okay, Charles needs to get back in control here. It's currently 4 points, 2-2 in this frame. Plays it safe. I want to continue doing that until Johnny is either reckless or makes an unforced error, giving Charles an opportunity to tie this match up. Johnny, on the other hand, would want the complete opposite of that. Johnny wants to grab this match by the scruff of its neck, pull it back out from underneath Charles' feet. But that will be a tough task. All back at the table, again keeping control over this match, not making anything easy for Johnny. Johnny would need to work for this. Let's see how long he can hold his patience. He takes one reckless shot. Charles at the table. Played that with a little bit of logic in mind there. Didn't want to just send the cue ball running, just wanted to leave it nice and close to the bottom rail. Try and make the shots as difficult as possible. Again, Johnny is now taking a couple of risks. Still hasn't been detrimental, but you can see frustration is building because Charles is just keeping him under his thumb, making sure that he doesn't have options. See ya again, playing safe. Cue ball all the way down. Not too bad. Has left a red onto the bottom right. Let's see if Johnny takes this. Doesn't take it on. Again, just playing safe. So a little bit of patience being shown there by Johnny. Doesn't just go for it. that is what Charles would want, because chances are, unless you play a really good shot, that would be a miss and maybe be left on with something. Rolling up, just nudging against those reds. Again, that cuts away a lot of your angles, but it's not a difficult safety to get out of. If it is touching ball, it would even be better. Referee does look like he's pointed out that that could be a touching ball, which means Shaw doesn't actually physically need to touch another red. Just play away, and this makes it a little bit easier just to get. He wanted to end up right close to the black there. Didn't go according to plan. Johnny again, nudging reds around. They're now starting to spread out over the table a little bit more. Oh, good shot. Oh, that was very close. It looked so good for quite a distance. And again, Charles just bearing in mind, where am I leaving this cue ball? Not leaving a lot of options for Johnny. Johnny's spending quite a bit of time on this next shot. He knows exactly what Charles is trying to do, but what is the response? That is the tough question, is do you take the risk and hope that it pays off when you trail that much, or do you play a safety game and see who has more patience before attempting a risky shot? Tough shots here, plays it nicely, very nice control. It's all about those little subtle touches. It's now created a little bit of a problem here for Johnny because he cannot see a red clearly. Shouldn't be too hard to get out of because there's quite a bit of red balls in the middle of the table. The problem is, where do they go once you've made contact? Ladies and gents, I'm just going to quickly step outside. My fellow commentator, Alison Tsibanda, will be taking my place as I just quickly step out. Thank you, Alison. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll be back soon.
A very good day, everyone, and we're having such a lovely time right here at the Snooker Center in Durban. TAOM Classic, last 16. Charles Yonk versus Johnny Siderotos. It's been quite a match. It's been quite a match for the #1 seed against one of the last qualifiers in Johnny. Johnny has given Charles a good run for his money. Raised to 5. Charles on the brink of qualifying for yet another last 8 position. And by the way, Charles has never lost a final in the Pro Snooker events. Can Johnny stop him? I don't think so, because given the time, with each match being allocated 3.5 hours, it means that he has to play as fast as possible. I think he's done extremely well. You know, the scoreline doesn't necessarily reflect Johnny's performance, honestly. But we all know what it means versing Shaw. And Shaw being fresh from being crowned the SA snooker champion last week is obviously in the right frame of mind going into this. Decent spread around of reds on the table. They just need to be taken advantage of. Clinical with that shot there, Johnny. Johnny will be kicking himself in the foot. I think he played extremely well. I watched a bit of the first and second and third frames. You see, like moments like this is when you rue all these opportunities that you got, because there was a straight shot, and if you keep your cool, then there is no ways you don't get such a shot. And at this level, you definitely need to make those count. Very unlucky there. Pockets are very lean and unforgiving. You literally have to beg them. You have to beg and say, please may I, before you're allowed to. So a couple of shockers going around. One shock result is Ethan Chetty versus Rafiq Lambada. Ethan winning over Rafiq Lambada 5-4. Very good for the youngster. It's going to build his character. This is quite big for him. So congratulations to Ethan for that. Kiashan Mudli also has bowed out, courtesy of Mutalib Ali. Tough match. Kiashan knocked out Mutalib in the SA's Open in the semi-finals. So this is almost like a revenge thing that happened. So yeah, results trickling in different intervals. Very tough matches, I must say. Nothing is to be taken for granted here. Back to our table, Shal with the reds on 14 points. Very clear cut for reds there. Sets himself up for a 6-pointer in the form of that pink, I suppose. He should still have excellent positions for a couple of reds there. He's spoiled for choice. Well executed. The referee officiating the match, Jits Jamdaras from Durban. He's done a pretty good job. He's been officiating many of these matches. Can Shal build a steady break here from the 8 that he's got right now? Not. A look of pure frustration. It's like, you know, I could have done better. You know, I should have done better. I can do better. This is not me. You know, that kind of frustration. You see it running through his face. Nicely done there by Johnny. Nicely tucked in. Johnny Sideratus all the way from the mother city. So it's a Eastern Cape versus a Western Cape affair going on. Currently the Eastern Cape seems to be on top of the Western Cape. Doesn't come as a surprise. Charles is the #1 seed. And the current South African snooker champion. Used to playing under these conditions full of pressure and everything. A very cold day in Durban today, cold and rainy. It's always good though for playing sport, especially indoor sport. It's not uncomfortable, you know. You get a lot of humidity in Durban. The heat can be unbearable, and for people that don't live in Natal, then they struggle with the humidity. They struggle to breathe. They struggle with a lot of things, you know. They take time to adjust. So this will be familiar weather for people of Cape Town, Joburg as well, because it tends to get cold in Gauteng at times. So Charles is happy to tread slowly and just go with the flow. Play safe where it's necessary.
1 hour remaining, guys.
He's not under any pressure. He's 4 frames is good. So he's on the brink of going through to the last 8. I'm sure Tanil, his wife, is watching, obviously. Very big supporter, #1 fan. Always on the streams, always in the comment section. Always encouraging him. And of course, taking care of the 2 boys. Whilst Daddy is at work, this is work. And this has proved to be one of his favorite pay points. The snooker room, the signature room in Durban, as he's won all the finals here. So it's another day. Is this going to be another case of another day, another paycheck? His father is also an avid follower of him, Johan Young. And a whole lot of people in the Eastern Cape and the country at large is such a humble player on and off the table, so it's hard not to like Charles. Assassinates you but still smiles with you, so I guess it counts in his favor. That puts him up to 31. Charles, sponsored by the rental company in Port Elizabeth, which is known as Gqeberha now, and WRD Distributors. Not sure if Havana Lounge is still part of his sponsors. Does a great job as an ambassador for them, so yeah, that needs to carry on happening. Just utter frustration showing from Johnny. I mean, his facial expressions, his body language. Probably at that point where he's like, I just want this to end. I was on the other match between Fakri and Kevin Shelfer. So I'm not too sure where he ended up losing it. He started very well, Johnny. He started absolutely well. Remember, Fox, it's a race to 5 or best of 9 if you want to call it. Every match is allocated 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours to show what you're made of.
No, but look, I had
No, you had you.
First game,
You
I'm just
lucky, you should have been
leaving.
3-0 up. You were queuing beautifully.
yeah,
Those long shots,
yeah,
you
no,
were.
I was,
These ones you need to. You came up wrong. You need to play hard.
yeah.
I mean, this one, I.
You know, look, at least play better than we did in that game.
Now,
But like you said, you've got to take this.
you should
One of the
have
3.5
been.
games.
Because then I'm fighting, you can just sit back and play safe. So, no, we should have been for sure.
Yeah, and then we,
Snip yourself. The yellow.
Hey, I got a confession. Been losing all momentum. Just because it's easy, well, that don't make it better. I wanna dig my hands deep down in the dirt. Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire, let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Oh, I miss the summers with you and never swipe left to right. I snuck in your window, no friend request, no, just spent the night. I had to walk right up to your locker and risk you saying, boy, just don't bother. I know this all just makes me sound ancient, but sons and daughters, that shit was amazing. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Go get your DeLorean. Yo, what you got in that bag? Candy, cigarettes, and a Playboy mag? Man, you used to have to work for that. Wait for me, gotta dial up. Can't call my landline cause it's all tied up. Just bike over then. Oh, oh, oh. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. I found that photo in the sofa, and it's from way back in '01. So I guess there's much I never told you, like who I am, who I love, where I've been and where I came from. Grew up on 913 of Blue Rock. Memories of 6 kids running around those halls. Then out in the California sunshine, we wore no shoes through alley-oops and shattered windows, throwing baseballs. Mom packed me a brown bag every day, from 5 years old up to 18. A note that said I love you XO, and all my friends, they're begging me, making bids on Mom's fresh cookies. And I quit playing ball at age 15, brand new bed for an old guitar. It broke Dad's heart, but he still loved me. And he was there at every show. No more jersey, just tuxedos.
Too many days in the darkness without a glimpse of the light. Running tired and broken and scared, but I swear I'll never give up the fight. I see you broken and beat, head pulled down over your eyes. Every part of you wants to surrender, but darling, you were meant to survive. With every star, we are born again. Open your heart and spend less time in your head. With every star, we are born again. Open your heart and spend less time in your head. Just like a seed in a garden, you will grow to be tall, staring out over miles of land without it, but wanting to build up walls. Lift me up in your branches, we can watch the sunrise. Just a couple of bruised up souls that believe that it was worth one more try. With every star, we are born again. Open your heart and spend less time in your head. With every star, we are born again. Open your heart and spend less time in your head. I deleted all the pictures of you I had on my Instagram. You can't see it in my dreams, I hold you close just like I wish I can. It's late at night, I know you're gone, and I can't sleep 'cause you moved on. I wish I tried, but you're with someone else tonight. Oh, flipping channels, but my mind is watching slideshows of our memories. It's late at night, I know you're gone, and I can't sleep 'cause you moved on. I wish we tried, 'cause maybe you'd be here tonight. Oh, why do we end up broken hearted? Oh, running right back to where we started. Trying to make it all okay, but the end is still the same. Oh, why do we end up broken hearted? Broken hearted. Trying to make it all okay, but the end is still the same. Oh, why do we end up broken hearted? Oh, why do we end up broken hearted? Oh, running right back to where we started. Tried to make it all okay, but the end is still the same. Whoa, why do we end up broken hearted?
I'm chasing for the highs, afraid of getting close to someone else. Been running all my life to realize I'm running from myself. But I can't take it any longer now. This time I've had enough. Yeah, I can't take it any longer now, 'cause I won't give you up. If you ever stay tonight, and when the night is over, then I have faith that I'm freedom. If you ever stay tonight, I won't let go this time, 'cause I have faith that I'm freedom. We're getting closer now. I'm letting go and learning to be free. You gotta hold somehow, 'cause usually I'm never let you in. But I can't take it any longer now. This time I've had enough. Yeah, I can't take it any longer now, 'cause I won't give you up. If you ever stay tonight, and when the night is over, then I have faith that I'm freedom. If you ever stay tonight, I won't let go this time, 'cause I have faith that I'm
It's too late now to turn around and back again. I made my bed and now I lay my head in it. And I'm sorry I'm not perfect, but I knew that I wouldn't be. I guess it's for the best, you know the worst in me. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. And I feel misunderstood, 'cause I'm trying hard to love. I'm sorry, my actions, they haunt me, and I'll never live it down. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. You call my bluff, I won't pick up, I let it ring. Record your voice so I can listen back again. And I'm sorry I'm not perfect, but I knew that I wouldn't be. I guess it's for the best, you know the worst in me. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. And I feel misunderstood, 'cause I'm trying hard to love. I'm sorry, my actions, they haunt me, and I'll never live it down. of a broken plan so we can start again. Won't turn down a second chance. I'm too selfish for that. I let you fall again. Now that you know that I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. And I feel misunderstood, 'cause I'm trying hard to love. I'm sorry, my actions, they haunt me, and I'll never live it down. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was.
I came from the mud. There's dirt on my hands. Strong like a tree. There's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. They sing on a sleepless night. Try to catch me howling at the moon. 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 When it rains, it pours. Water's up to my chin. Won't stop fighting to the very end. Hope you find me. I'll be back home soon. When the sun rises
The road ahead, it twists and turns, and the sun it beats down and it burns. But I keep on pushing through. And every step quicker than the last, my feet tread down this beaten path, and I keep on pushing through. 'Cause I get up and I may fall right back down, but your love lifts me back to solid ground. Yeah, I get up and I may fall right back down, but your love lifts me back to solid ground. Oh, I've come too far in this to raise my flag and call it quits. So I keep on pushing through. Oh, with every step my heart it pounds. Yes, so sure I've had my doubts, but I must keep pushing through. Yeah, I get up and I may fall
about that match. Charles Jonk, the individual you're seeing on the left-hand side, won his match. Scoreboard doesn't say it all. 5-1 against Johnny Sideratos. And that match was actually quite close, even though the scoreline does not show 5-1. Johnny strongly feels that he should have made it 3-0 at the start of that match, but Charles, just showing his experience, ranked number 1, fought back, clawed his way back into each frame, and eventually scored and secured his spot in the next round. So that was 5-1. So very nice match there. And the next match that took place was Warren Horsley. That is then indeed Charles' opponent, and he won his match at 5-2 against Sylvan Moodley. And the next result that we had was Mutalib Ali beating Kiyashan Moodley, which was also quite an interesting match. Reason being is, even though, as Mutalib said to me yesterday, the history between them is a 9-1 in favor of Mutalib, but the previous event, snooker event that they played, was the SA Singles and the SA Classic, and the score from that weekend, and that was as recently as last weekend, turned out to be 1-1. So much anticipated match there, but Mutalib once again showing his class and experience, beating Kiyashan Moodley 5-2. Then the next match that took place was Tommy Jabavu, and he faced the youngster Jaden Noben, and he won his match as well. So some more results was Ricky Tregoning, one of the SA snooker legends. He won his match 5-1. Ethan Chetty, the youngster joining us, a very exciting player, young up-and-coming player, beating a SA legend, the head snooker coach in South Africa, Mr. Rafiq Lambada. So that was also quite an interesting match that took place there. Reason being, as I said, it is the youngster against the legend, so very interesting. Then we also had Mr. Ashraf Haribai. He beat Monir Kasim from Johannesburg 5-2. And the last match that took place was the number 2 seed, Fakhri Gerdin, beating Kelvin Shulver. And that is the results from the top 16. And our quarterfinal matchups is, as you can see, the match taking place at the moment, Charles Jonk against Warren Horsley. That is the match that you are seeing live on the stream. And his opponents, the other players in the quarterfinals is Mutalib Ali against Tummy, and also then Ricky Tregoning against the youngster Ethan, and Ashraf Haribai joining us from Cape Town against the Johannesburg, playing from Wanderers, number 2 seed Fakhri Gerdin. So the next 2 matches will take place: Charles Jonk, Warren Horsley, Mutalib Ali against Tummy. Those matches are scheduled for 2 o'clock, and then 6 o'clock we'll have the last 2 of the quarterfinals: Ricky Tregoning, Ethan Chetty, Ashraf Haribai against Fakhri Gerdin at 6 o'clock. So it is very exciting for you to come and join us. We thank you for that. It is going to be an exciting match. As you can see, Charles has already started. He's on a 6 break. This is, an 8 break. No, it is 6 indeed. Scored another point there. Red has gone down. A little bit of a safety pot there. Played that quite well, making sure that if it is missed, that cue ball is nice and safe, hiding behind the green and yellow. However, now is a great opportunity for Charles to turn the screws on Warren here. Looks like he's actually going to go for the brown to the middle, which means Charles does see something here. Nicely played. He could nestle up behind that green, but rather opted to take the aggressive approach and go for the brown to the middle pocket. Executed very nicely. 11 points in this frame thus far for Charles. His break is also 11. Just for some of our newer viewers that do not understand what I mean by break, just some clarification there. And sorry about that. Just some clarification there. A break is the total number of points that you can score. As you can see there, that is now the end of Charles' break. Unfortunately, he missed that red. giving an opportunity. Warren does have a shot on this red.
For a final.
And we have Charles back at the table. Unfortunate there for Warren. But Charles, as I said, ranked number 1. This is the TAOM Classic. We are already in the quarterfinals. TAOM being our main sponsor for this event. Very exciting. You can see their logo in the background. They're very proud and impressive logo there. TAOM Billiards. And they make incredible products for Q Sports, including chalk and tips. Beautiful, beautiful range of products that they have, irrespective of your skill level, and especially ties in quite well with the fine margin of error in snooker. Reason for that being is if you take, for example, their chalk, so much research has gone into that to not shed any of the chalk that's on your tip and mess that on the table or get it stuck to a ball, and that is very important. Nice shot being played there by Charles. Made the black. He's also ran into the cluster, so he's broken free a couple of red balls. But just back to TAOM again, as I said, there some great products that they've got there, especially if you take into consideration the importance in snooker. If you have a little bit of chalk that comes off and is stuck on a ball, if the point of contact is where that chalk is, that can turn into quite a problem. Reason being is it is called a kick. It will throw the object ball off of its natural path, and that will basically in essence result in a miss. So that is a snooker player's worst nightmare. However, Tom has come to the rescue, and as I have said in the previous streams, a lot of professional players, oof, unfortunately there, Charles, couldn't believe he missed that black. But as I said in the previous stream, a lot of professional players, amongst others Mark Selby, numerous world champion, Sean Murphy, also world champion snooker player, and then also Gareth Potts, the incredible athlete, as well as Mika Immonen, all are great ambassadors for TAOM, and they stick to TAOM, and it is a great product. So a massive thank you for TAOM. If you go and Google them or jump onto YouTube, you'll see that they are heavily involved with Q Sport right over the world, and it is absolutely great to have them as a part of this event. So a big thank you to them. You'll also see their My Day Brands, the official drink sponsor. It is a privilege to have them with us, Diane Moodley and his team. A big thank you to them, quenching the thirst of the players and a very loyal supporter of Q Sports in South Africa. So a great big thank you to them. This event is taking place in Durban, and it is at the Q Master Snooker Center, and it is the second time. The previous event was also held here, and another successful event that took place, that was in Feb, and that event was also won by the player you can see at the table now, Mr. Charles Jonk. Charles has actually won all of the pro snooker events, major events thus far. So enough talking about all of the formalities here. Let's pay a little bit of attention with regards to the match. You can see there Charles quite close to that rail, however, confidently played. Combination shot was on there. Basically a plant. Could play the one ball onto the other, and they were perfectly aligned. So he played that quite confidently, and he's nicely on the black. So a break currently won. If you are new to snooker and you don't understand the rules, I'll give a quick, simple breakdown as to what you are seeing at the moment. You can see the black has gone down, and basically the playing of snooker is as follows. You've got 15 red balls, and then you have color balls of it, which being is the yellow, the green, which you can see is close to the yellow there at the top of your screen, the brown, then there's also a blue a little bit lower down right in the middle of the table, close to the cue ball. You'll see that there is a pink as well as a black. So object of the game is you need to start off with a red ball. Once you've potted a red ball, 1 point is allocated to your break. You can see that the bottom left, the break currently for Charles Jonk is on 8. And then directly after that, you have to pot another color, not another red, another color. So you can choose either yellow, green, brown, blue, pink, or black. Each of them are allocated different points. Is he going to get lucky to the middle? No, unfortunately not. So that is the end of the break. So just in short again, red and another color, red and another color. The yellow, however, is allocated 2 points. Green is 3, brown is 4, blue is 5, the pink is 6, black is 7. So ideally, you would want to play a red ball and then the black, and then a red ball and then the black. Question might be is, why would you play the black if the black has gone down? You'll see every time a color apart from red is spotted, it is spotted back into its position, exactly the same position every single time, and you are then allowed to play that again after potting a red ball. So ideally, red, black, 15 of them, and then colors in order without missing would give you the incredible 147, the ever elusive 147. So I can see there once again, Charles has started with his break. He's got 1 point. So red has gone down. He is on the black.
Table trails with 20 points at this point in time.
Nicely played the black to the corner pocket. He's got position on the red to the middle, which is also nice. He's got the blue right there. He's also got the option of, if he can see it, the red that's to the left of the cluster of reds. Doesn't look like he's looking at the red to the middle. He's more interested in the red to the bottom left corner pocket. Reason being is, again, would put him on the black, securing more points. If, for example, he had to go red then blue, it's a total of 6 points. If he had to go red and black, it's a total of 8 points. So, however, he's now back looking at the red to the middle, making his way back, checking the red to the bottom left. But split in 2 minds here. See if he can hold for the black. Very nicely played. He played slightly low down on the cue ball, and that brought it nicely around the black, and he's perfectly in position here. Maybe a little bit straight. Ideally on a snooker table, you don't want to leave yourself too straight because you want to get position on your next red. If you're unable to pot a red ball, nicely played there. Again, played further down on that cue ball, playing a draw shot, basically spinning the cue ball back off the rail, coming off the rail, and he's got a position again to that ball in the middle. He's got the blue as a follow-up color. Again, might be a slight chance the red that is of the top of the 4 in the cluster there, that might be open, but again, just position on that black, less likely, so he's opted to play the red to the middle, nicely on the blue. You'll quite often see that this is an ideal shot. It's a little bit too straight on the blue, but if you can get slightly to the top of the blue, you can play the blue to the middle pocket, and you can run the cue ball into that cluster, splitting them open. Does look like the one of the 4 right at the top might be going, because he played position for it. Charles doing something that is very important in snooker. He's always just taking a walk around and looking at the table at different angles. Any cue sport, that is quite important, because if you look at the table one way, if you just take a walk, you might see something that you might not have seen from the initial angle. So important for Charles. He is taking his time. Nice little break building here. 18 at the moment. 4 reds, 2 blacks, and he's also potted a blue. So 50 points to 8. The lead currently 51. Sorry, the lead currently is a 43. Drew that back slightly. Nice cue ball control here by Charles. Very used to playing on this table, because the order in which table you are playing is done by seeds, and Charles being number 1 seed, Fakhri Girdin is number 2. There we go. The break continues. Currently on 30. Lead is 50, which is quite considerable. And most importantly of all, Warren is remaining seated. Fortunately, nothing you can do to win a match when you are stuck in your seat, and Charles doing quite a good job to keep Warren there. Charles joining us all the way from Port Elizabeth. Home club being the Diaz Sports Club, of which he is very proud. So a big thank you to the Diaz Sports Club for always supporting Charles and giving him a great environment to hone his skills. And you'll also see on the back of Charles' waistcoat is his sponsors, and we'd also like to give a special mention to them. It's the rental company and WRD distribution. So a big thank you to Charles' sponsors. It does make a big difference for these players. Won't be happy with that. Doesn't think he's got a shot on any of the reds. So he'll probably see the end of his break. I know he's already on a color at the moment. But that black, has caused a little bit of a problem because it looks like it's blocking the path for the reds to the bottom left-hand side. I think Charles wanted to play the cue ball just a little bit lower down on your screen so that he's got a shot to the middle pocket on the left-hand side. Maybe the angle might be a little bit deceiving. The red at the bottom could pass below the black, make its way to the corner pocket. Doesn't look like it. Looks like Charles is weighing up his options here. Ideally, he'd want to keep Warren in his seat. There's 3 reds remaining. That is 24 points in terms of combination for red, black, red, black, red, black. That is a total of 24 points. And 27 points if he pots the remaining colors. Which is a total of 51 points. The lead at the moment is far more than 51. Warren going for the middle pocket there. That did not go according to plan. Bringing Charles back to the table. However, Warren has conceded the first frame, so that is 1-0 up for Charles Jonk against Warren Horsley. Warren just feeling that the hill might be a little bit too high to climb. Also some good sportsmanship. There is an opportunity for Warren to have snookered Charles to get back into the match, basically forcing Charles to commit fouls, and that in essence would lead him to allocate points for Warren so that he can basically pot the remainder of the balls and take the frame. But however, we are promoting exciting snooker, so players have been informed that if it reach a specific point in the match, not to drag it out too much. Yes, it is possible, but it can see Warren has started off his break there. Yeah, so it could lead to a little bit of a tedious match if it is back and forth and trying to secure snookers. Yes, if it is only 1 or 2, completely viable. It is part of the game, so it is encouraged to try and snooker your opponent, force points out of them. But we want exciting snooker. So there's been a rule set that if there is less than 3 red balls and the lead is unassailable without snookers, that the player is then asked to forfeit, or not forfeit, but concede his frame, which is what Warren did there. So good sportsmanship, keeping us entertained. Next frame has started. It is 1-0 for Charles Jonk.
middle of the plate.
It is best out of 9, so each player
So we're looking to put 1, 2,
Each player has an opportunity to win the match if they win 5 frames, of which Charles has now won one of them.
it's always going to be very difficult in the position of white stuck on the cushion.
Can't see Charles going for this red.
Back to the table.
Hasn't. Clever little shot there, trying to get the cue ball in behind the green. However, that didn't work out. I think Warren can clearly see the red on the left of the cluster of reds.
Easy mixes.
Again, not going for the shot. One would ask why he didn't go for the shot, and the simple explanation for that would be is to remain on the table. He would need to have a shot on a different color other than red afterwards, which would have made it a little bit tricky if he went for that shot. So rather opting to not leave an opportunity for Charles to remain at the table. However, Charles played a beautiful shot there, and he spotted a red sticking his head out, and he pushed it straight into the bottom right hand corner. And I think this is a safety coming from Charles here. As you can see, it needs to come off the rail using the brown to block the cue ball, so limiting line of sight to the other red balls. So you'll probably have to see Warren playing a rail shot first to get contact with the reds. If he misses, Charles does have the option to have the cue ball replaced and the balls put back in position and ask him to play that shot again. Easy enough escape there from that safety shot. It is normally quite easy if a object ball is quite close to the rail. But opportunity nonetheless here for Charles. You could play the red to the right of your screen, to the bottom right hand corner pocket, and if he controls his pace well enough, should be able to hold the cue ball for the black. Oof, no, aggressive there by Charles. Also the angle a little bit more finer than I initially thought, but nicely on the pink here. He'll be very happy with that.
Some people perceive it as negative thought. Suppose with snooker you have to be smart. You have to be safe.
Quite an easy pink there to the corner pocket. He's left himself again with some options here. You can see there the referee replacing the pink ball back in its position.
It's going to be a bit of a scaffold.
Just an update on the match over on our second stream is Mutalib Ali 66. He is leading Tummy, who's currently on 17. She'll be pretty close to seeing Tummy concede that frame. However, back on the action at the Q Master Snooker Center in the signature room is the match you are watching live right now. As you can see, Charles is continuing to build his break. As I said, joining us all the way from Port Elizabeth. Warren, however, is a local Durbanite, so very good player joining us from his home ground. He plays at the Q Masters Snooker Center where this event is taking place. Nice controlled shot there by Charles. Doesn't try and force it, just lets the table do its thing. Gets position on the black again. Be interesting to see if he does opt to force that cue ball back into that cluster. It is an option now. However, it does complicate the shot. Played that quite softly. Not exactly sure why he did that. If he put a little bit more power in behind that, would have had a bigger separation, and I think he would have then had a better shot on any of the red balls then. However, played that quite gingerly. Safety option rather. Is he going to get in nestled behind the brown? Just peeking its head out the cue ball there behind the brown, but still a good attempt. Nothing easy here for Warren. Doesn't have a long red if he can see it past the brown.
Even if he misses, Tabney will definitely can see it here.
Beautiful shot being played there by Warren. Just a testimony to his skills. That is probably one of the most difficult shots, apart from having to play that shot down the rail. But well played there, and he's held the cue ball on the black. So Warren is now on the board in this frame. Nicely nudged. Black ball has been put back in position. This is a great opportunity for Warren here just to build a break. Currently on 9, position on the black. Oof. Little bit of an aggressive approach there. Pull the cue ball into the pack of reds there. However, missed the black. It would have worked out quite nicely if he made the black. Reason being is, as you can see there, Charles is on a red. Again, another nice shot being played there by Charles. Adding a little bit of spin on that cue ball just to get it to change its angle coming off the rail a little bit. And instead of running in behind the two reds, it ran in front of them, so he has a shot on the black. Shot made there by Charles. So still in this break, which is currently on 8 points. Black going back in position. Again, nicely played there. Was able to use the other reds just to hold the cue ball. Again, has position on the black. Current lead now is at 23 points. 32 points for Charles, 9 points for Warren. Oh, great shot there by Charles. I think he maybe wanted to just make contact with the red and the pink, just again to hold the cue ball and maybe just split that little cluster there. It is the only cluster that remains on the table. And then there's also the red that's to the very left of your screen there that could be quite problematic, but these players are quite skilled in terms of using the cue ball or another ball just to nudge that off the rail and just get it into a better position. So we'll see as Charles goes on if he can maintain this break, if he'll do that. Did not have a shot on the red. You can see there Warren, as I said, you can see TAOM there in the background. Warren paying special attention to that chalk he is putting on his tip So important. If the chalk is not correct and well applied to the Q-tip, you could have a miscue, and that again is something that our main sponsor in this TAOM Classic, TAOM Billiards, does so incredibly well. Is they make incredible products, including tips and chalk, and it is a world-class standard in terms of equipment used by these players, and a big thank you to them for being a part of this event. As I said, it's the Town Classic. Leading up to this event, we also saw a qualifier, which is the TAOM Mini Qualifier, and then there was also the TAOM Qualifier. There's a total of 64 qualification events, and making your way through them gets you a spot in this main event. Basically, 16 positions available. Nice confident shot there by Shawl. How's it going to work out? Don't think he'll be too happy with that. Slight little shake of the head there. But as I said, 64 qualifying events. Basically, work your way through them, and all you need to do is win a mini qualifier and then win a qualifier. You don't have to play in all 64. They're obviously hosted all over the country, but you need to just win a mini qualifier that gets you a position to play in a qualifying event, and if you win that, you secure yourself a position in the top 16, and this is the event that you are watching here today. However, the top 8 seeds automatically qualify, so the higher you are ranked, the less matches you have to play. So as we start the quarterfinals, we can see that Charles is currently leading 1-0. Second frame, he's also doing quite well. So, just apologies there, ladies and gents. We have a slight issue with power here. I'm assuming it is load shedding, something to that effect. But we have lost visuals there. So play has stopped. So if you just bear with us for a short while, our technical team has already sprinted off to get everyone back up and running. So you'll see a video feed coming through shortly. You're not missing any of the action. So just please bear with us and we'll be back soon. Still water. Water in the building.
There's no Michelin schedule for tomorrow.
So that there was some too, but I don't know. And there we go, ladies and gents. It looks like we are back and we are live. Play has continued. Warren is at the table at the moment. His break is currently on 5. He scored 14 points, so still trailing Charles by quite a bit. But it looks like he's flowing quite well at the moment. just get a little bit of confidence. Again, Warren is paying special attention to the way that he does chalk the cue. Something that I've noticed from Warren. It's not just a part of his routine. He does pay a lot of attention. You'll see he's just stepped out of the view of the camera, but you'll see shortly once he is back after playing the shot. Hopefully you'll be able to see exactly what I'm referring to. He stops what he's doing, he looks down at his Q-tip, and he applies the chalk. Again, just stepping out of the camera view. And that basically ties in a lot with a pre-shot routine. A lot of the professionals has said multiple things. Where's the cue ball? Oh no, that is so unfortunate, because he was on a break of 18, clawing back on the lead that Charles had, 45. Now 4 points as a foul being allocated to Charles, but he was doing so well just to get back into the frame. And this is quite tricky. Nothing easy for Charles here. Obviously, because there's now a foul committed, this is what is called a free ball. Because he cannot see the red clearly, he can nominate another color as a red ball. There we go. So that now only counts as one. But he's now allowed to play another color. I don't think he's too happy the way he is standing. His body language says that did not go according to plan, because he needs to get onto that last red that's just below the pink. So if he plays the blue to the middle, you need to be careful not to overrun and ruin position and not leave himself a shot. Difference in points currently at 19. Charles leading 19 points. Taking his time, just making sure he knows exactly what he wants to do here. Is he going to be aggressive, and can he see enough of that red to cut it to the bottom right hand corner pocket? It will obviously send the cue ball towards the bulk end, and if his pace is correct, he could leave the cue ball safe. So let's see what he can do just to get position back on this red. In between the red and, in between the brown and the yellow. And he also applied a lot of side on there so that he can open up the angle of the cue ball. Nice shot that we're getting there from our production team. You can see that red nestled up very closely with the pink. Not sure if it passes. It does. Very nice shot there, and this extends the lead once again for Charles. Tough shot with the black so close on the rail. But this is a big shot. That looked like it would have missed there for a second, but it has gone down. You can see the referee is now replacing the black. All the reds have gone down, so Charles will be playing the yellow next. Probably just opt to put it safe. Lead is at currently 32 points. You can see cue ball. Try to leave it as safe as possible. Leaving a very long shot here, but Warren played a similar shot. Red to the opposite corner pocket, the bottom right corner pocket, played a beautiful red. But this now is pressure, because I think if he misses this and Charles does make another ball, chances are that the scoreline would be 2-0. So big shot here for Warren. Again, beautiful shot. Ladies and gents, I can't explain to you how incredible that is. It's now 2-4-2. And with the amount of pressure, it is already quarterfinals. This is for position in the semi-finals. So great shot being played there. Also showing a lot of maturity there. Again, deciding to opt to rather play a safety than take on a difficult shot, even though the safety did not work out. He has left Charles very close to the rail, so be interesting to see here. And let's pay some attention if Charles going to go for this or try and leave it safe.
Builds up a break. Tucks that in as you take it 27. Does. It's so much
So I would take a guess and say that he probably went for that, knowing that he'd send the cue ball around the table. So if he does miss, doesn't leave Warren with anything easy. But let's see if he can pull out another rabbit out of the hat. No, rather again just Warren showing maturity, rather going for the safety. But again, nothing difficult for Scholl here. It's now all about making decisions if he wants to go for the shot. Lead currently 30. Or if he wants to rather put it safe.
back to the table.
Beautiful shot being played there by Scholl. That just looks incredible and so stylish. Well played there. Overran position a little bit. He's still onto the red to the middle. Would have probably wanted to play it to the corner pocket. But still in this break, which is currently on 3 points. Nicely played to the middle. Not as easy as Scholl makes it look. And position on the blue. Probably see the cue ball floating over. Oof, no, he played that quite hard. And that backfired big time for Scholl. However, Warren, again, concedes. Very well played there. Scholl knew that he would probably not have made that shot, but Warren, again, great sportsman, rather opting and saying, Scholl, no need to play that shot. I concede the frame. You can see the referee will be getting the balls ready, and while he does that, I'll just like to give you an update with regards to the scoreline over on the other stream. This is our other steel block table where we see Mutalib Ali against Tami Jabavo, and the score currently there is a 1-0 for Mutalib. However, in the second frame, Tami is leading 28 points to 7, so could make this a 1-1 if he carries on. He is at the table at the moment. Played a nice shot to the middle pocket. Back to the match at hand, we see Scholl will be breaking off. Cue ball is being passed to Scholl. And what you'll see now is not normal to the cue sports that we used to. Normally you smash the triangle. Again, wouldn't be illegal, but would complicate things quite a bit. But that is not the break-off that Scholl wanted, even though it didn't work out too badly. He's left Warren with another straight shot. Let's see if he can make it 3-3. Oof, that was very close and almost kicked the cue ball to the bottom left-hand side of your screen, but a great attempt, definitely not far off. So Warren feeling confident with his long putting. He's already played 2 very beautiful shots. But in essence, as I was saying there, while Scholl was breaking off, ideally what he wants to do is just nick the reds and send the cue ball running around the table, and then preferably to hide behind either the yellow, brown or green that's at the top of the table, thus restricting your opponent. If you just smash into the reds and nothing happens, your opponent comes to the table with a wide open table, and in essence, in all likelihood, you would then lose the match, because breaking off little clusters is what makes and shows true skill in this format, which is snooker. Oh, Warren again just rattles and it comes out. Did look like he was getting up a little bit too quickly after playing that shot. It's so important to, as you can see there, Scholl will keep his body still for as long as possible, even after playing the shot. Only after he sees the results of the shot does he actually get up. Reason for that being is a lot of the professionals have said that if you stay down low and you actually watch what is happening with the object ball and the cue ball, you actually teach your mind subconsciously as to how to see and read these things. So very important. You can see there again, Charles staying down until he can see the result of the shot. Doesn't jump up, doesn't run off to the next shot. Takes his time, nice and relaxed. And again, Charles break on 8 already. This is a very important frame here for Warren. One would feel that if Charles makes it 3-0, it will be an uphill fight for Warren to get back into this match. Charles does quite often play with a lot of momentum. His first match against Johnny was quite interesting as well. Johnny strongly feels, and I would tend to agree with him, that he had a great opportunity to make it 3-0 in favor of Johnny against the number 1 seed, Charles. However, missed out very fine margins. However, Charles, after trailing in 3 of those frames, was able to fight his way back and win them. So inevitably, the final result was a 5-1 for Charles. Oh, unexpected miss there by Charles. Question now is, what has he left Warren? So as we see Warren make his way to the table, let's see if he can spot an opening here.
Just getting a bit of points. Manages right well.
Does look like he sees something. Does not, however, opts to play safe. Again, not leaving his opponent with anything makeable. Charles playing a clever little shot there, again adding a little bit of side to the cue ball, so as it makes contact with the rail, it takes off on the rail. It changes the angle a little bit by opening it up. Try to hide behind the black. Didn't work out, but again, nothing easy for Warren. Warren has now sent the cue ball down the table where there is options for Charles. Obviously the red just above the green can go to the middle, but queuing over the blue is difficult, thus opting for the one at the top left of your screen. Missing that shot. Played it quite hard, obviously, to get a reaction out of the cue ball. Now the red to the middle, a little bit more viable as he doesn't have to queue over the blue. Has made it. Can he see the blue? The yellow, brown and green is less in value points-wise than the blue. Ideally, you'd want to see the blue, just get the blue back in position. Rather opts to go for the brown. Played nice and confidently. Break currently on 5 points, that brown being 4, the red that he potted before that 1 point. Oh, that almost looked like it went in and out. Does he get lucky? Does not, unfortunately. That is hard luck for Warren. It almost looked like that ball was going in and then came back out again. That was very close, unfortunately, there. That brings his opponent back to the table. Charles, number 1 ranked. Leading 11-5 in this frame. Leading overall frame count 2-0. Can cut the red to the middle. Does so beautifully. Where is the cue ball going to end up? And will he have position on his next color? Does have a shot on the blue. Should be able to hold it for the red that is at the top of the screen as well. Warren also a great legend in the snooker scene, coming from a KZN. He's won the KZN title multiple times. Then took a long hiatus from playing snooker, but he's now made his way back on the scene after being asked if he would want to come and play, which is great to see Warren joining us in these events again.
Sponsoring this TAOM Classic for the second time running. And of course, big thank you to
All safe as possible, just nudging out a couple of options and hoping that Charles makes a mistake in his next visit. But I don't see him going for a shot here. Does not. That looks a little underpowered. Oh, is he lucky with the blue? Does look like he is. Is the blue in between the cue ball and the red? Might be. Charles not looking at it. He could play a little swerve. Does make the shot a little bit more difficult, and it's not hanging right over the pocket. It looks more like it is on the left-hand side rail. So would need to cut it a little bit. But then at the same time, I think the position that it's in is if he can cut and find a path through for one of the other reds to that bottom left-hand pocket, the red hanging over that corner pocket, could nudge it in. Could have been something that he went for there. Couldn't really see exactly what he was looking at.
very well.
Warren now at the table. Can have a look at this red at the bottom left-hand side. Again, nothing easy. Oof, cue ball very, very close to following that red. Quite low scoring frame thus far, but again, so many reds still left on the table. Sending the cue ball nicely in behind the yellow. It's quite a nice shot that he played there. Shoal definitely restricted in terms of line of sight. The referee also coming just to have a look. The reason for that being is if Shoal does commit a foul, Warren can ask him to come back and reposition the balls, which is then done by the referee, and replay that shot. So, very good shot there. You can see Charles paying special attention to what he's going to do next. If things go according to plan, Warren will get a visit back at the table with a shot to start his next break. Currently on 6 points. Man you're seeing at the table right now, Charles Yonk, currently on 18. Played successfully, but does he have a red to the middle? Not likely. But an opportunity here again just to put the cue balls nice and safe tucked in behind either the yellow or the brown. Just removing the angles. Good attempt. That cue ball also making its way again behind that bolt line.
Begin frame number 3. Possibly 6 more frames to go with this encounter. Every encounter gets allocated 3.5 hours. So if there's no winner in 3.5 hours, they look at who is leading in terms of frame scores. And that person is obviously announced as the winner.
So just an update over on our other stream. Score's currently 1-1. They've just started the third frame. Off very close there by Scholl. Again, that is called a safety pot. Reason being is he knew that that cue ball would make its way around the table, hopefully end up behind the bulk line, which it technically has done. However, it has nudged the yellow out of position, so quite difficult now to get position in behind the yellow. Brown still an option. That is an unforced error by Warren. Again, no easy shot here because he'd need to bridge over the blue ball, but an opportunity here for Scholl.
So Tommy had an opportunity there to move with this. Big hard that didn't go in himself. And he hit it. And
Nicely played there by Scholl. Has made the red. Does look like he's going to opt to go. Maybe leave the cue ball behind the pink and the green. Did exactly that. Depends on how much and what Warren can see between that yellow and the green and pink. Should get the cue ball through there. Even though the referee is taking a look, so it might be a little bit closer than we thought. Made its way through, almost cutting that red into the bottom left hand side. Oh, that did not work out for Scholl there. Not exactly sure what happened there, but that was an unforced error. Might be a little bit lucky in terms of where that cue ball has ended up behind that red. If that was intentional, that was, I'd pull my words back because that would be a very good shot. It depends on how much of this red Warren can see. Could see enough. There we go. So Warren back at the table. Starting his break. He's on 1 at the moment. Nice position onto the black, so he can extend that by another 7 points if he does make the black, which he has done. Pause it back. Not ideal. Could have a shot with the red to the left-hand middle pocket. Looking at that right now, he's going to play that shot. Nicely played there by Warren. Not an easy shot to play those to the middle. On the black as well. Black made to the corner pocket. However, this does look a little bit trickier than Warren wanted. Does have the red just below the 4. Needs to play it carefully just to hold it for the black, which he does. Great shot, great shot. Just makes it way around that little cluster of the black and red. Beautiful shot, nice to watch. Break currently on 17, he's in the lead. 30 points to 19, so leading by 11 points currently in this frame. Charles now back at the table. This is a nice opportunity for Charles here just to take it to 3-0. Ball's nice in the open, just needs to control that cue ball or get on the colors. The only one of the colors that's currently a problem is maybe the yellow, and the pink is also a little bit tricky. But the reds aren't tied up to any rails. Red to the middle. Needs to bring the cue ball back slightly just to hold position for the black, which he's done. Uh, 28 points. Points different currently 3. Wipe that out now. Shaw back in the lead. Again, holding it just for the black. Played it nice and softly. Good for the feel for the table. Shaw does play a lot of his matches on this table because he's ranked number 1. Nice putting here by Shaw. Just controlling that cue ball. Leading by 12 points. At the moment, that's the difference. 43 to 31. Now takes it to 44 to 31. So 13 the difference at the moment. He is on the black, however, now, all importantly, he needs to get the cue ball down to the yellow. He does have the angle to do that. So let's see how close Charles can get this cue ball close to his next color, the yellow. Mr. Blue actually helped him a little bit there. Big shot here to stay in it. Does really well there. That was a beautiful shot there. If we had a large crowd in now, you would definitely hear them. But large crowd only on Sunday, hoping the weather doesn't chase everyone away. But if you are here on a Sunday, if you're in the Durban area, please come through to the Cube Master Snooker Center. Come and watch the final with us. It is the signature room. It's nice seating, good lighting. You can come and watch the action here with us. The final will take place at 2 o'clock. We'll also be live on Cape Town TV. 56 points currently to 31, so the lead here. Charles looking quite good to make this 3-0. That was so close. Could see he played it nice and softly just to give that brown every opportunity it had just to fall. However, worked out quite well for Charles there. Warren does not have a shot, so he'll want to try and leave it as safe as possible. And also now with that lead of 25 over Warren, it is crunch time. Worked out quite well here. Don't think Charles has a shot on this brown. I think he is a snookered behind the blue. And what makes this a little bit tricky is the brown isn't close to any rail as the pink is there, for example. If it was, would have made it easier, but now because it is wide in the open, you need to be a lot more accurate. Let's see if Charles can hit this brown. So he has made contact with the brown, and that worked out beautifully for Charles there. Nestling that cue ball in behind the blue. You can see smiles all over. Great sportsmanship by both of these players. Charles joining us from Port Elizabeth, ranked #1. Warren Horsley, the legend, making his return to snooker. Both of them just cracking a smile there. That worked out beautifully for Charles. You can see there, makes it a little bit easier when you're closer to the rail. However, that is now a foul. 4 points will be awarded to Charles. I highly doubt that he made contact with that brown. Confirmed there by the scoring. 4 points added to Charles. Charles could have asked him to play that shot again. However, Charles quite confident in the shot that he has been left by Warren to make something of it. Unfortunately missed it. Points difference currently 29. Conceded again there by Warren. So 3-0 at the moment. TAOM Classic 2022 quarterfinal. The matchup between Charles Jonk or Warren Horsley. Charles from Port Elizabeth and Warren from KZN, the local boykie. We are in the Q Master Snooker Center. The match you're watching is in the signature room. They are playing on a Waraka steel block table, Strachen cloth. Absolutely world-class equipment that they are playing on. This is the international standard. I believe the players have just quickly stepped away to take a break, and I might just consider doing the same. So if you please bear with me, chances are we'll be back shortly. You can see Charles is there, so Warren looks to be seated there. Referee will get the match underway shortly, so please bear with us. Maybe just quickly add some ice to your cold drink if you are not in one of the provinces that are absolutely freezing. But please do not go away. We hope to see you for the remainder of the weekend.
Because I had it turned down for when I started playing pool with the shop.
Yeah.
Because the queue originally was about 10 volts. My parents was thicker.
Every time, remember? Every time, what's that joint? So I take this off, and I'm hitting just with the shaft. Cling, cling. We'll put the butt on, and it sounds better. So I'm thinking, Pharaoh. Pharaoh, yeah, must be. Safe. Elimination. Take it to the under. Check here. Check what happens when he takes it off. You won't believe it.
So he took the, what did he take, the joint?
Yeah, to take the ferrule off because yeah, we didn't know what was happening. Sorry, we just get.
So this was when you got to the exit?
Yeah, I got there on a Thursday. We supposed to play on things on the starting on Saturday.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Roland is not good player.
I see tomorrow.
Luca Purcell played the China Open that he won with the fellow was broken.
Really?
Yeah, just making noise the whole time.
Was the way inside of it? So how did he do that without shortening it? And I was thinking,
That little bit shortness is, you know, the shortness on it.
yeah. No, not jeans.
What is that?
Forfeit.
But you already asked me. How can one be wearing jeans?
It's
It's
not
not
jeans.
starts in your pants.
No, it's not jeans. It's like a material called corduroy.
Corduroy thing, but without the little the predominant strut.
It's the only thing that fits me, man. I need to go to the gym. But since Corona, I haven't been to the gym.
He needs new shoes.
Who needs new shoes?
He's using Scout's old policeman shoes.
Government issues.
What's happening? We're keeping it cold.
So just an update to all our viewers. We are just waiting for the referees just to get the match ready to start. The players are ready. Just waiting for the match official. But saw some nice conversations between the two players. A lot of friendships being formed on this platform in these events. So a big thank you again there. You can see their logo nice and proud. TAOM for the TAOM Classic. It's 2022. We are live in Durban and you are watching the first quarterfinal between Charles Jonk and Warren Horsley.
Yeah, I was.
TAOM proudly introduces the first pure snooker chalk in the world. No more miscues. Only clean contacts. Maximum control. Pure perfection. The game has changed. TAOM. Future. Innovation. Revolution.
A nice clip that you saw there from our main sponsor for this of our event, the TAOM Classic. Leading up to this event, there were 60 mini qualifiers in the TAOM mini qualifying sessions, and then also if you won that, you made your way through to the TAOM qualifying sessions. If you won that, it gets you a spot in this event. Top 16, 8 of them already seeded, so they got their spots guaranteed. Other 8 spots wide open if you win a TAOM Classic mini qualifier and a TAOM qualifier. So players, for example, such as Warren, Charles, Mutalib, Rafik, some great legends taking part in this weekend's proceedings. Unfortunately, some of them have already been knocked out, and I'll just quickly cover some of the results as we see the start of the 4th frame. First up, the match we saw on this table in the previous stream, a 5-1 for Charles against Johnny Sidratos, and then Warren Horsley 5-2 against Selvin Moodley. Mutalib Ali playing Tami Jabavo at the moment on our other stream. Beat Kiash and Moodley 5-2. Tami playing Mutalib at the moment. Beat Jaden Noben 5-1. And then Ricky Tregoning 5-1 against Mohammed Hanif and Ethan Chetty, the youngster. Very nice match to watch there. 5-4 against the South African national coach, Rafik Lambada. 5-4, so very exciting for the youngster there. Well deserved. Ashraf Haribai joining us from Cape Town against Munir Kazim playing from Wanderers. And Kevin Shalfan unfortunately losing out against our number 2 seed, Fakhri Gerdin. So that is the results from the top 16. The matches at the moment, Charles Jonk and Warren Horsley, the one you are watching at the moment. And other table, it's our other stream, is Mutalib Ali against Tami Chabavo. And the scores currently there 2-1. Points are 8-6. But over on the main table, which you're watching at the moment, is Charles Jonk, Warren Horsley. Frames currently 3-0. Charles at the table. Looking quite confident with the shot. Beautifully played there. Can he hold for the black? Does look good. Good saw there. Nice close-up of Warren Horsley, the local Durbanite, playing from his home venue, playing from the Q Master Snooker Centre. But Scholl is right in amongst the points at the moment. Nicely played there, coming off of the rail with the cue ball. And you can see Warren having a close look at his cue, just waiting for an opportunity to come back to the table. Nice shot once again by Scholl, just building on this break. And Scholl doing quite a good job, because there's no chance to win your match if you remain in your seat. So Warren currently seated and waiting for an opportunity to return. However, Scholl has any control over this. He'll want to keep Warren right where he is and make it 4-0, which would basically mean that Scholl would just need one more frame. Again, another red going down by Scholl. Staying in amongst this black. And just for the viewers, the most prestigious achievement in snooker, if it's any event, obviously winning the World Championship is right up there. But if you as a player can achieve a 147, which in essence basically means that you have potted 15 reds and 15 blacks, and then the colors in order without missing, you would have a total of 147 total number of points, of which Scholl Jung, player right at the table at the moment, has already achieved 3 of those. That, however, did not go according to plan. How lucky is Scholl here? Doesn't look like he's left Warren with much. But a nice start to this 4th frame by Scholl. 24 break. 3 reds, 3 blacks. Reds being obviously 1 point. The blacks being 7. So in combination, 24 points the break thus far. Just drifting the cue ball down. Little underhit there by Warren. Wants to play that a little bit harder. Can see the red that is at the right hand side of your screen. Not sure if it does go to the middle and if Scholl will go for this, because it is quite difficult being so close to the rail. You can see that does look like he went for it. However, very difficult. Great angle there of Warren, as you can see his head, elbow, hand, everything nice in a straight line, and that is why he's made that shot, which is not easy, but you can see great technique being shown there by Warren. It's great seeing him make his return. Seen him practice quite a bit leading up to these events, and the results are starting to show. Not happy with position on the cue ball there. Warren having a close look to see what his options are here. Just call the referee and just to make sure that it's not a touching ball. He'll probably opt to play safe. Don't think he'd go for the red to the middle, which he hasn't. Again, just sending that cue ball down. Is he lucky? Oh, almost. Sending the red around the table. Almost went in top left of your screen. These things sometimes do happen. What has he left Warren here? It does look like he's interested in one of the reds to the left. Nicely played. How much of the black can he see? Or is he perhaps on the pink to the middle? Want to take special care of the shot. Doesn't want to give the table back to Charles. Nice shot. Also separated the reds a little bit. Has tied up the black a bit. So not an easy shot on any of the reds available for Warren, unless he can see something that I can't. Looks like he's going to the middle pocket again. Try and leave himself on the blue. He's overcut that. And this is the problem now, because he's left Charles with reds split. Nice opening shot. And chances are, unless Charles commits an unforced error, Charles can run amok on this table right now. Everything is nicely open. Might see some exhibition snooker here from Charles. Should be feeling quite confident. Putting extension on. He's also got the rest, making sure everything is in check. Because this opening shot could open the floodgates for Charles. Let's see how he fares. That is a step one complete. Easy shot here would just be green to the corner pocket. Just draw the cue ball back slightly. You then on to the red to the middle pocket. Exactly like that. It's basically just connecting the dots here. This is troubling the signs for Warren at the moment. We haven't seen anyone being able to fight back from trailing 4-0. Still early in this frame, still a lot of reds left on the table, but just the position of the reds. Not happy with position. Bichon. Could make a mess of it here. Nice shot there by Charles, medium distance, blue to the corner. Staying in this break, which is currently on a 10, two reds, a green and a blue. 24 points lead here. Nicely through the gap. On the blue. Slight nick on the red, making its way through. Can he see enough of the red to the right of the black to again carry on with this break? Looks like he is going for it. Played successfully. Shot on the black here. Could possibly be on the pink, however, I doubt it. Need to have a look and see exactly which red he's going to play next. Does have two reds that are out in the open. Looks like he is opting to go for one that is slightly tied up. Nice shot there, however, again, position with the cue ball. Now probably resulted in the end of the break of 25. Probably just put the cue ball safe. Can't see him making this black. As you can see, cue ball set up the table. And quite a nice shot there. Reason being is that cue ball, again, nice and tight against the rail. Makes bridging and aiming quite a bit harder. But another long shot. Let's see how close Warren can get. Actually did not attempt that shot. Rather opted to just play safe. However, nothing really safe here. But also nothing really on. Almost cutting it to the middle. Has he left Warren with enough of that red so it can go to the middle? Or is there a better option? Let's see Warren again, just chalking his cue, looking at the different angles, making sure that the shot that he plays is the correct one. Very important, currently trailing 39 points. But more importantly, 3-0 down on the frame count. So big shot here. Let's see what Warren does. Successfully potted. What has he left himself? Does look like he's got a shot on the black. That would be ideal. Will take his total points to 18. With the reds on the table still, so still a bit of work to do. But Warren can claw one frame back. Overcut that black, unfortunately. And it looks like he's left Shoal with a red to the middle. And if he can get position, that black is just begging to be potted right over the pocket. Oh, hits the jaw and comes out. But once again, has not left Warren with anything easy. Black is restricting access to the bottom right hand corner pocket. And the cut shot down the rail. Very difficult. This will be a great shot. So close to rattles and jumps back out, and again leaves a Shoal with a shot to the middle pocket. Again, brings Warren to the table. One would feel that Warren needs to make best of this opportunity right now. 38 points the difference. Does he make it? Does. Nice double that you don't often see on a snooker table. Made it successfully, however kept the cue ball safe. Left himself with brown to the middle. Can he maybe see the black? And can he get position after potting the black? Rather opting to sneak in behind the yellow, as he did there, but I don't think that was played well enough to restrict Shoal from seeing any of the reds. Nope, Shoal going down. He will be playing one of these reds now.
Decides to go for a snooker. It's going to be a bit of a difficult one. Tell him to come out of.
So, Warren again, trying his best. Made the red once again. Shot on the black. There's a bit of distance. All about position now for the next red if he can make this black. He needs to get into this match as quickly as possible. There's only 2 reds remaining. It's a total of 16 points and then 27 points available on the other colors. So not a lot still left in this match. Point difference currently on a 29.
Too far off the mark. That obviously awards Samsung 4 points to bring his total target points to 44. Comparison to TAOM's still 32.
Warren playing safe. But he has left Shoal. He can see the red. See enough of it to maybe go for a pot here. Rather not. Again, putting the cue ball safe. And this is another opportunity for Warren. Again, all about opportunity to get onto the next color after you make the ball. Warren has made red, rolling up in behind the pink.
It's played by time there, leaving himself extremely vulnerable. Well, it's a quality play, but attacking themselves. Well played there.
Shoal should have no problems getting out of this shot.
Take advantage of this.
All goes down to what he's going to leave Warren with afterwards. Should be okay with that. Nothing easy for Warren. 28 points the difference at the moment. 35 remaining on the table. So Warren can clear up. Pot the black after the red. Doesn't necessarily have to be the black. Just give himself the best opportunity. Again, does not have a shot, so again, just an exchange of safeties. Quite a good one there by Warren. Left Shoal with absolutely nothing. Tough little exchange here between these two gentlemen. No one wants to budge. Warren wants to get onto the scoreboard in terms of frames 1, currently 3-0. Made the shots nicely on the black. This could be routine, but importantly, he needs to get onto the yellow from here. Does look quite straight with the black, obviously. No, that was fine. Enough of an angle to get the cue ball close to the yellow, which he has done. This is a great opportunity for Warren to steal a frame. He'll be opting for the rest here. Obviously, stretching that distance is quite tough. Shaw back at the table. Safety exchange down to the wire. Warren being able to claw back a little bit in terms of that lead. Green being bumped around the table right now. None of them willing to relent. Oh, that was close, and again, could play that confidently, because that worked out really well there for Charles. That is a beautiful shot being played there. Reason being is he could have gone for the green, which he did, and if he made it, then great situation. However, would have found himself in a bit of trouble because that cue ball in behind the black. The problem now is that green is quite close to the brown, so if he touches the brown first, it will be a foul. Scholl will then probably opt to have the balls put back into the same position. Oh, almost. Well done there, Warren. Nice and confident, but chances are, again, Warren has now left Scholl with that green to the top corner pocket. Scholl will just have a nice look. This could be a little bit of trouble. Warren did well to scrap and fight and make his way back into this frame. Difference currently 18. This to make it 21. It's missed. Oh, he fluked it. You can see the smile there on Charles' face. That was not intentional. Oh, that would have been an important shot. Just one more step closer to securing the frame. Unfortunately missed, which one would say is not the hardest shot that round to the middle pocket. Coming off of the rail, we've seen that happen 2 or 3 times with Shaw already in this match. Warren has made. Brown has left himself on the blue. 18 points remaining on the table. 20 points the difference. So it need one snooker. Difference down to 12 now. Now that's correct. 7 and the 6 from the pink, that's 13. So this shot, very important for Warren. Could win him the frame. Great shot, and Warren is on the board. One frame, 3-1 at the moment. Matching the score currently over on our other stream, Mutalib Ali, 3-1 against Tami Jabuvama. Sorry, I pronounced that wrong. Jabavu. And they are just about ready to get going with their 5th frame, same as here. So the other stream match catching up quite nicely after the 4th frame that we just saw between Shalyonk and Warren Horsley. Is the TAOM Classic. It's 2022, it's May. We are live here in KZN from the Q Master Snooker Center. We are about to start with our next frame, being a frame 5. It is the best out of 9, so first player to reach 5 frames. However, it is a limited session in terms of 3.5 hours. So if you are leading on frame count, at the end of that 3.5 hours, it is the player that leads in terms of frame count that would go through to the next round. So we see Charles going down, and he's going to start this frame for us. Good see there once again, a little bit of a fluke there by Warren. Again, still good sportsmanship, just raising his hand in apology. And he's now just nudging cue ball in behind the yellow. Not leaving Charles with a shot on any of the reds. 1 point on there for Warren. That win would have done wonders for his confidence. Charles would not be happy. He was in control of a frame number 4. Could have made it 4-0. However, at the moment, Warren able to claw 1 frame back. 3-1 at the moment. What? Cue ball down in the middle. That is a foul. Warren asking Charles to play that shot again. 5 points because it is a foul and a miss. Sorry, it's just a foul. 1 point was scored by Warren from the red that he fluked. So it was only 4 points. It is only a foul. It's not a foul and a miss. Almost same result. However, still committed a foul, so it's another 4 points that will be allocated to Warren. And he's also left Warren a shot on the red. See a nice start to the frame here by Warren at the moment. Obviously, he got some points from the fouls committed by Charles. Break currently on 5. He's made the red and the blue. Another red made. Getting nicely onto the blue. Unfortunately, therefore, Warren break comes to an end, bringing Shoal to the table. Has an opening shot. Could also get onto the black. Does so very nicely. Played again with a lot of side, trying to get a reaction out of the cue ball. Just get position on the next red. Nudged out the red slightly there, but nothing easy. Where's that red? Great shot. You can see Shoal just started moving there. Knew that was in on the black. Is he going to run into this cluster of reds? Opted not to. Playing it rather safe, knowing that there is a couple of reds sticking their heads out that he could rather go for instead of the aggressive approach. Does have a few red options. Nice control again being shown there by Shoal. It's already taken the lead back. Break of 17. This black will take it to 24. Does again leaves himself on the red. We do hope everyone is staying safe out there. It is quite cold here in Durban. It is wet, obviously. Some sad times and some sad news that came out not too long ago with the weather and the floods here. So everyone, irrespective of where you are, please stay warm, stay safe. Just grab a seat on the couch or in the bed, enjoy some snooker with us. Black again going down, so this build of break is quite nice by Shoal at the moment. 32 currently, 4 reds, 4 blacks. Shoal taking his time. Knows how important this is. Pot made once again. Black very important here. Made it successfully. He can now continue with his break. Onto the red as well. Shoal grabbing the rest. Red to the bottom left corner pocket. Again, position on the black. This is now it gets a little bit more tricky. There's not a lot of options left. in terms of reds after the colors. This match started almost 2 hours ago. Started at 2 o'clock. It's now almost 10 to 4. At 4 o'clock, it would be a total of 2 hours. 3.5 hours allocated for each match. Session is actually 4 hours, but just half an hour for the players just to get ready, the referees just to get ready, all the streams being set up and everyone just to get ready for the start of the next sessions. But the match in total is only 3.5 hours. Shoal back at the table. Nothing easy. Can Shoal cut this red? Very close. Again, knowing that the cue ball will go back to the top of the table. If he does miss the red, chances are he wouldn't leave Warren with anything. Warren just trying to get this cue ball back into the bulkhead. Looks good. Does get in between the brown and the green though, so options available for Shoal. Shoal just extending his lead even more now. 25 points the difference at the moment. Oh, that looks good. Oh. Shaw back on the board at the moment.
All style. That obviously puts him on the brink, going into the semis. The only thing that's going to stop him from getting to the semis is if Tommy
26 points in it between Shaw and Warren at the moment. Score currently over on our other stream is 4-1 for Mutalib against the rising star, which is Tommy Jabava. Seen him play quite a bit on the 7-foot tables. Great talent. Hopefully he definitely spends a lot of time on the snooker table and we can just see him increasing his talent. But right now, importantly, red and brown being made. Now 2 reds and a brown. Scholl would want to increase the leads. He currently has over Warren. But position just a little bit more complicated here now. You can see there at the bottom of your screen just some of the sponsors, people that we'd like to thank. Big thank you to all of them. TAOM, Q Masters, just to mention a few. There's also My Day Brands. You can see their logos there at the right hand side of your screen. They're the official drink sponsors. So a massive thank you to them for making these events possible. See there, no shot possible for Scholl. Break of 6 comes to an end. Warren back at the table. $31 points in it right now. Not a bad shot and nothing easy for Scholl here. Might be that Scholl can see enough of that red. He's going to go for this. It'll be a great shot, but he's taking a little bit more time. Very close. Where's the cue ball? Turns out safe. Again, nice and close to that bottom rail. Make it as tough as possible for Warren. Scholl back at the table. This is quite a good opportunity for him. Red to the bottom left. Also doesn't need a lot of power. Misses. And now, ladies and gents, opportunity here for Warren. Has a choice of 2 reds that he could play. Could also get position on the black, even though I don't think he'd want position on the black. Misses as well, almost flukes it. That black being so close to the bottom rail makes it quite tough. That's why both of them have played their shots quite hard, hoping to try and get position on a different color. That black not easy where it is right now. Nice shot being played by Scholl. Chances are he'd probably opt to go for the green here. There are two reds at the top of the table, so I'd want to stay in amongst them just to carry on with the break. Nicely played. Can he get in between the brown and the pink? Looks like he can, but he does also have the other red. He'll be playing that to the bottom right hand side. Not sure which color he's looking at finishing up on after that. Very nicely played there by Charles. Great shot. It does get the cue ball back in amongst the colors. There's a few options here. He can play the pink to the middle. Can also, in essence, if he does have the angle, which I can't confirm as yet, play the yellow. No, he's opting for the pink, which is 6 points. Extend his break to a total of 11. Does make it successfully. Is now on the red to the bottom or the top right hand side of your screen. The lead currently 58. So Warren is on 16. Sorry, that's not the lead. Charles is on 58. And Warren is on 16. So 42 points the difference. Now increased to 43. And with that shot, there's a total of 35 points left on the table, so it looks like we might see Charles going 4-1 here. Be very tough for Warren. Could also see Warren concede. If Charles does miss, it doesn't miss though, plays that very nicely. It looked like for a moment that it was going to rattle out. If it didn't. Nicely to the middle. Again, holds position onto the yellow. Let's see if the screen's going to be a problem. Green should not be too much of an issue. Does, however, need to get position onto the green. Tried to run the cue ball into the blue. 69 points currently for Charles in this frame. 53 points the difference at the moment. Nicely played. So again, just extending that lead a little bit more. Brown. How is he going to play this a blue? This should be a very good shot if he does make it. But that, in essence, ladies and gents, is the frame. So scores will be going to 4-1. Very nice shot being played there by Charles. You can just see using with quite a bit of confidence right now. Let's see if he can nudge the black. Oh, very close. Almost nudging the black there. Let's see if he can make this. This is quite a tough black. Oh, does rattles again a little bit, but still finds its feet and goes down. So 4-1 currently, and exact replica of the scores over on our other stream, 4-1. And they've already started their fifth frame. The referee's going to get the balls ready for the start on our table for the fifth frame. Points currently over on our other stream, 17 points to 4. Wutalib leading there over Tami Jabavu, and this frame count is a 4-1, same as on our table. So Mutalib looking like he might pull this one through, unless Tammy has something else to say about it. And as we get ready to see the start of the 5th frame, and if Warren cannot pull back Shawl, it could be the last frame of this quarterfinal. Right, so we see the start of the 6th frame. 5 completed already. Frame count 4-1 in favor of the player approaching the table now. Mr. Shal Yonk came in seeded number 1 into this event. Tough shot, yeah. Did not go for the shots, rather opted to play it safe. Don't think he's left Warren with anything to write home about. Let's see if Warren can pull either a very good safety out of the hat or a good pot. Opts to play safe. Where's that red? Oh, is it covered by the green? This is now the important question. Don't think it is. Shall having a close look at this. It's definitely not wide open, ladies and gents. The problem now is if Charles cannot go for that shot, misses the red that he does go for, chances are he'll leave a Warren open on that red. So let's see, it does make it. Nice shot there. First blood in the 6th frame for Charles Young at currently 1 point. Charles again looking closely at his options. Tries to get in behind the brown. Sort of got it right, but he still left a red to the left of the table. That is out and open. Shouldn't be too hard. You can play the red off the rail, back towards the cluster, and then send the cue ball back into the bulk. However, Warren goes for it. Didn't work out too badly for Warren either. Was quite close with that shot. Really not showing that he's scared of taking on any long shots. Sending the cue ball down. Again, bringing Warren to the table. Warren has not scored any points yet in this frame. Crucial that he does if he does lose this frame. That'll be the end of his participation in this event. 6 o'clock, ladies and gents. We'll also have the second round of quarterfinals taking place. Oh, again, just a little bit of run of luck has gone Charles' way. A little bit of run of luck has gone Warren's way, but now when Warren does need it the most, and just not working out. You can also see Charles thinking about this carefully. Can Charles get the cue ball safe? It's looking quite good. Oh, if it just was a little bit softer and missed that brown, that could have been perfect. Getting the cue ball in behind the brown. But once again, long shot. Warren hasn't been scared of them. Oh, again, so close. Scholl again having a close look. Wants to make his way through to the TAOM Classic semi-finals in this event. Scholl also winning the SA singles title. So a big congratulations to him and his family. Also has a new child born recently, so Scholl definitely has been quite busy. Shot made. Let's see if he can get positioned. Does have options of the brown, also the blue. The blue would send the cue ball into the cluster of reds. Black is a little bit of in a predicament at the moment. Looks like he's going to go for the brown. Unfortunately missed it, but fortunately for Scholl, again, nothing easy left for Warren other than a long shot that he hasn't shot away from. But if he does miss them, oh, again close, and again looks like he's going to leave Scholl with another opportunity. And one would almost think that Scholl is now intentionally leaving Warren with long shots because of his confidence in those. And as a result, we've seen a couple of times that Warren then leaves Scholl with an opportunity. Shot made. Can he pot this black and hold for the red? Does. Nicely played. But where is that black being spotted now? And does it get in between the cue ball and the red? No. There's enough space for the cue ball to pass through. Warren coming to the table now. Scholl has been slowly accumulating points. 10-0 at the moment. Again, nicely played. Not an easy shot played there by Warren at the moment, but he's on the black. Get in amongst the points. Warren would desperately want to make this 4-2. Nice shot being played. Almost got the troubled red on the left-hand side of your screen off the rail there as well. Great potting on display here by Warren at the moment. Can he pot this black to the middle? It looks like he's opting to go for the pink instead. Had to play safe, unfortunately did not have a shot. Brings Scholl back. Would want Warren to stay at bay. Managed to keep him at bay for all but one frame, which Warren cleared the table to take that frame. Again, Warren Trying to not give an opportunity for Shawl. 1 point the difference.
Difference of 35 points. The dogs refuse.
Oh, great shot there by Shawl to the middle pocket. Should have left himself on the black by the looks of things. That will be a great opportunity. A little bit of separation now, less of a cluster of reds. If he can get in amongst them, he can secure this frame and the match. 51 points to 16 over on our other stream between Muttalib Ali and Tommy Jabavo. Can Shawl close this off, or will Warren have another opportunity? Shawl having a careful look. Needs to play color, but guarantee position that he can get onto his next red. Yellow has been made, will be placed back in its position. The top of your screen on the left hand side. So will he be playing for the black or take it to the blue? Looks like he's holding it for the black. Again, no easy feat. Break currently on 12. But these players play the black off of this position quite often. It's a shot that you encounter quite a lot. Nicely played. So you can see. Just wants to make sure that he gets onto a red. Not sure if he does. Don't think he's got an easy shot here. He'll not be happy with this. 29 points to 9. Difference is currently 20. Still anything can happen in this frame. Cue ball back at the top of the table. Warren back at the table as well. Does look like Muttalib's going to go through over on our other stream. His opponent, Tommy Jabavo. Red has been potted by Warren. Opportunity on the pink. Does make it. So 6 points for that pick. Takes him to 7 for the break. Clawing back a little bit in terms of the points difference in this frame. For Warren, again, he'd want to stay in this fight for as long as possible. Oh, and he's missed that shot, and now, ladies and gents, this is a problem for Warren, because it looks like these reds should go, and it's not a lot of work to stay on the black. 29 to 16, going to 30 now after that red. Wants to make this black, doesn't have to pound it in, just lay it nicely, coming off the rail, hold it for the red. Black going back in its position. Lead extended once again. Take Shoal to 38. Can make it 45 if he makes this black. But again, needs to hold for the red. Draw it back off the rail. Nicely played. That should do.
16.
This red to extend the lead to 30. Worked out quite well. Lead now, points difference is Shalyong 46, 16 for Warren. That's 30 points. There's 3 reds on the table. 24 points and 27 points for the remaining colors. Oh, he's missed that black. That is unexpected. So opportunity that needs to be grabbed here by Warren to stay in this match. Red to the middle, just hold it for the black. Challenge would be the 2 reds on the left hand side. They will not be easy. Oh, they're opting to go for the pink. Just draw it back. No, he rather opted to go over one rail and bring the cue ball back.
7.
Could almost not get a position, get better position if he placed the cue ball with his hand. Very important shot here to stay in the match. Always missed it. Has he left Shoal with anything? One might think that Shoal could play the red on the right hand side to the top right of your screen.
TAOM Classics semi-finals, courtesy of defeating Tommy Jawab with 5-1. What a match, what a match. So sets updates for tomorrow will either show.
Oh, Shoal feeling, no, it misses. What is he going to leave Warren with?
Thank you for watching, and see you at 6.
Warren having a good look. It was close. Did it go to the middle? Oh no, it did not. So did it? It looks like yes, it did. Fluked it to the middle. A bit of luck going Warren's way. 22 points the difference at the moment. That looked very strange. Not sure exactly what happened there. Warren was playing that to the middle pocket, the pink to the middle. 1 red remaining. That looks good. Oh, just off the jaw, rattles. But it's basically left Warren with nothing here. Need to take care here just to Obviously make contact with the red and not commit a foul. There we go. Job 1 is done. Looks like job 2 also done. Don't think he's left Charles with much. I'll rather just putting the cue ball and object ball as far apart as possible. However, Warren can see the red. Don't think he can make it in any pocket. Pushing it towards the brown, just making sure that it is safe. That is also looking quite good for Warren there, because I think the pink, yellow and blue, an obstruction there for Charles at the moment. Charles will be having a close look at this. This green is also a problem. To the right hand side, just below the brown, because it would almost be the angle that he'd want to take just to make contact with that red. Does look like Charles is trying to swerve this cue ball quite a bit. Always missed. This looks good for Warren. He could ask Charles to try that again. He is. This is tough going. This won't be easy for Charles to get out of because of that green. There we go. Contact out. Oh, your luck. Unfortunately, very close to that middle pocket. Almost kicked it in.
28-46.
But opportunity here. Can play the red to the middle. Shouldn't be hard to get position on a color. Warren can steal another one to make it 4-2. Oh, off the jaw. And looks like he's going to leave Charles with a shot to the top left hand side of the screen. One would feel that if Charles can make this, it's going to be tough for Warren to get back. Grabbing the rest. This is a big shot, ladies and gents. One would say that if Charles can make this, it'll be tough for Warren to get back. So let's give Charles a moment and see how he fares. That is a great shot. Beautifully played. How's his position? Does look like he's on the black. And with the angle that he's got on the black, he can play one rail. And he should get a shot on the yellow. Just needs to pay special care to the green after that. All about connecting those dots. So rather opting, instead of going for the black, does look like he's going for the pink instead. Or perhaps the yellow. Right, opts to go for the pink, needs to get out from behind the blue. Oh, this is a tricky one. He wanted a full shot on the yellow. He's now left himself behind the blue. This is tricky for Charles. This can be a problem, and we'll probably see Warren coming back to the table. He has made contact with the yellow.
28, 53.
Does he have a shot? Where is Warren putting the yellow and cue ball? Trying to get the cue ball in behind the black. Charles can still see the yellow. However, chances are that I don't think he could make it unless he plays it off the rail first and then makes contact with the brown. Let's see. Oh, that, ladies and gentlemen, was so risky. And don't know how close they are to one another, but the yellow and the brown could be quite tricky. See, they're very close. That brown hanging precariously over the pocket. Warren will be very careful here. Nice shot that we got there. As you could see, Warren making contact with the rail first and then nudging the yellow out. He played the yellow straight, so probably would have nudged the brown into the pocket. And just creating separation between the cue ball and the yellow. Charles wants to do his best to keep Warren out. Warren just grabbing at the opportunity to get back into this frame and match. Oh, this is a problem for Warren because this is a makeable shot by Charles. You can see he's just having a look at the angle, and the green is also in a good position. Brown is hanging over the pocket, so it's 3 balls that can easily be made. Again, step 1, but I don't think he's got position on the green. Right. This, ladies and gents, is a big moment for Warren because he's got 2 balls over the pocket. Black is a little bit precarious, so I think we are in for a nail biter here. This could see Warren stay in the match. Needs to get position onto the blue after the brown has been potted. Then needs to make his way over to the pink and then the black. The black can be a bit of a challenge. Made the blue. Cue ball over to the pink. But position on this black is key. My mistake, ladies and gents. With the 7 and the pink left on the table, it's only 13 points. The lead currently is 15. So Warren requires snookers. That's why he did not go for that shot. 7 points for the black, 6 points for the pink. That is a total of 13 points. The difference, however, is 15. So 1 snooker required. That was very close by Charles. This is going to be tough work for Warren. There's only 2 balls left on the table. Snooker required. Trying to get the cue ball in close to the black. That is a good effort. How much of that pink can Charles see? He needs to see a little bit. Contact made, legal shot. So again, Warren will now try and get either the pink or the cue ball in. Oh, where's that pink going? Not an easy shot for Shaw, but probably the best one since he's gotten onto the pink. Only needs the pink, doesn't need to make the black. That's it, ladies and gents. That is the end of the match. Well deserved by Shaw. Good fight being put up by Warren towards the latter parts in the match. And that is it. Shaw's going through to the semi-finals. This is the quarterfinal. We'll be back at 6 o'clock with the start of the other two quarterfinals. And then tomorrow we'll be back with the semi-final and the final. So a big thank you to everyone for joining us. We do appreciate it. Congratulations there to Shaw, and thank you to Warren for entertaining us as well. Our sponsors at TAOM Billiards, big thank you to them. My Day Brands. This is the TAOM Classic 2020. You just watched the quarterfinal number 1. We'll be back at 6. See you all later.
Looking for the perfect product for the entire family? With so many products to choose from, the only difficult decision would be deciding on the right one. He wants a pool table, but she only has eyes for fashionable furniture. Here's the perfect compromise. He's looking for something special for his man cave, and them for their studio. Find your brand new home entertainment products right here at United King of Pool. United King of Pool, the player's choice.
TAOM proudly introduces the first pure snooker chalk in the world. No more miscues. Only clean contacts. Maximum control. Pure perfection. The game has changed. TAOM. Future. Innovation. Revolution.
No. I couldn't do it again.
Can I call you mine? Are we taking it slow? I can't read your mind. Sometimes I feel like I'm here alone. Don't need a wedding vow. Just tell me how you in or out. It ain't fair, baby. The way you got me hanging on. You got me hanging on. Oh.
It's too late now to turn around and back again. I made my bed and now I lay my head in it. And I'm sorry I'm not perfect, but I knew that I wouldn't be. I guess it's for the best, you know the worst in me. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. And I feel misunderstood, cause I'm trying hard to love. I'm sorry, my actions, they haunt me, and I'll never live it down. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. You call my bluff, I won't pick up, I let it ring. Record your voice so I can listen back again. And I'm sorry I'm not perfect, but I knew that I wouldn't be. I guess it's for the best, you know the worst in me. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. And I feel misunderstood, cause I'm trying hard to love. I'm sorry, my actions, they haunt me, and I'll never live it down. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. So do you wanna take me back? All of our broken plans, so we can start again. Won't turn down a second chance, I'm too selfish for that. I let you fall again, now that you know that. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. And I feel misunderstood, cause I'm trying hard to love. I'm sorry, my actions, they haunt me, and I'll never live it down. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was.
Okay, so go back to accommodation. Or just stay in. I think. Yeah, miserable.
I came from the mud. There's dirt on my hands. Strong like a tree. There's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. They sing on a sleepless night. Try to catch me howling at the moon. 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 When it rains, it pours. Water's up to my chin. Won't stop fighting to the very end. Many men try to reach it. Many men have failed. Well, if you wanna get to heaven, you gotta raise a little hell. And I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. They sing on a sleepless night. Will you find me? Hope you find me. When the sun rises, when the sun we're trying to catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me howling at the moon. We're trying to catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me
The road ahead, it twists and turns, and the sun it beats down and it burns. But I keep on pushing through. And every step quicker than the last, my feet tread down this beaten path, and I keep on pushing through. 'Cause I get up, and I may fall right back down, but your love lifts me back to solid ground. Yeah, I get up, and I may fall right back down, but your love lifts me back to solid ground. Oh, I've come too far in this to raise my flag and call it quits. So I keep on pushing through. Oh, with every step my heart it pounds. Yes, so sure I have my doubts, but I must keep pushing through. Yeah, I get up, and I may fall Yeah, I get up, and I may fall right back down. But your love lifts me back to solid ground. You love you. Yeah, I get up, and I may fall right back down. But your love lifts me back to solid ground.
Play with that cube, putting in those long balls like it's red and black.
You were just tired, huh?
No,
It was traditional, it was tough. It was tough and tough, man.
No, I didn't watch the match at all. Serious.
So why didn't
And that Ponky definitely went to the casino. Johnny went
See, they had a pub a kilo down the road. So you gambling there and everything.
Oh.
Oh, well, yeah, so
No, but this is actually obviously down the road. It's ook so die production ou aan die van agter sê vir my, weer is koud, maar kan ek asseblief my bene stop? Ek sê vir hom, dis waar, ek het nie iets gesê. Ja, maar die hele van maak so. Want ek moet toilet toe gaan en julle wil nie klaar maak. Ek het nog maar daar van.
Sometimes when I hate where I am, I forget every single place that I've been. And sometimes when I look in the mirror, I wanna tear off every piece of my skin. I'm looking for a lover, but there ain't nobody here. Searching for a vessel that can sail into the clear. Endless blue and a crew to hold the line. And if you wanna run away, then we got room for you. Never feel ashamed for doing what you wanna do. Time away doesn't wait to be defined. Wait for me by the Baltic Sea. Don't tell nobody. We will set sail with all the broken-hearted girls and boys. Don't need no captain on this island made of misfit toys. Sometimes when I'm lying in bed, I feel like tomorrow may just never come. And sometimes when I'm all in my head, feels like the air will never get to my lungs. I'm looking for a lover, but there ain't nobody here. Searching for a vessel that can sail into the clear. Endless blue and a crew to hold the line. Wait for me by the Baltic Sea. Don't tell nobody. We will set sail with all the broken-hearted girls and boys. Don't need no captain on this island made of misfit toys. By the Baltic Sea, don't tell nobody. We will set sail with all the broken-hearted girls and boys. Don't need no captain, captain, la 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 la. Wait for me by the Baltic Sea. Don't tell nobody. We will set sail with all the broken-hearted girls and boys. Don't need no captain on this island made of misfit toys. Wait for me by the Baltic Sea. Don't tell nobody. We will set sail with all the broken-hearted girls and boys. Don't need no captain on this island made of misfit toys. This island made of misfit toys.
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, when you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We're stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. forget to remember me. Remember me. I'll fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been, if you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me.
I don't think I know anymore. Tell me there's a reason. Was there ever anything more? Have I been afraid to find what I've been looking for? It's all a state of mind. I didn't know that everything was broken by design. How beautiful. It's taking me so long to realize. It's all a state of mind. What I used to keep in, now I'm only letting it go. Finally I'm seeing everything I held up too close. Only to recognize what I've been looking for. It's all a state of mind. I didn't know that everything was broken by design. How beautiful. It's taking me so long to realize. It's all a state of mind. All it is, we create infinite figuring. Ever in, we remain infinite figuring. All it is, we create infinite figuring. Ever in, we remain infinite. It's all a state of mind. I didn't know that everything was broken by design. How beautiful. It's taking me so long to realize. It's all a state of mind. I didn't know that everything was broken by design. How beautiful. It's taking me so long to realize. It's all a state of mind. It's all a state of mind. It's all a state of mind.
I built up walls like mansions to the sky. Protect my heart so it would survive. But you climbed in like no one else could do. The day I knew I needed you, I was drifting out, safe from any shore. Didn't want to get hurt anymore, but you pulled me in like no one else could do. The day I knew I needed you. I was complicated, you made perfect sense. I was slowly breaking, but you knew how
was complicated. You made perfect sense. I was slowly breaking, but you knew how to mend. We're searching for some answers. Who I was and where I'm running to. Always looking for me. When I found you. When I found you. When I found you. When I found you. When I found you.
Hey, it's amazing the subtle games that you are playing. And you don't even know I exist. But you have got me on your hit list. And you're conspiring. Girl, you are sexual and bad. And now you got this on your conscience. Because now I'm unresponsive. Run through the fire, I walk the wire. I would sell everything I own. I'd swim the ocean, dance with the devil. I'd sell my soul to take you home. We can feel the floor underneath our feet. 5 shots through my chest as you watch me bleed. Every kick, drum, hit is a symphony. Every brush of your curves is the air I breathe. You speak, I am listening. Sweat rolls, girl, you're glistening. Slow-mo, pull me into the light, the light. There are people watching us, wishing they were obvious. Instead of giving into the fright, the fright. Run through the fire, I walk the wire. I would sell everything I own. I'd swim the ocean, dance with the devil. I'd sell my soul to take you home. One heart to survive when one just breaks. One slow suicide while one just takes and takes. One choice for the good of you, but not the one you make. One worth dying for if you saw her shake, shake, shake. We can feel the flow underneath our feet. I am listening. We can feel the flow underneath our feet. You are glistening. We can feel the flow underneath our feet. I am listening. We can feel the flow underneath our feet. That's my bed for you. Run through the fire. I walk the wire. I would sell everything I own. I swim the ocean, dance with the devil. I'd sell my soul to take you home. Run through the fire, I walk the wire. I would sell everything I own. I'd swim the ocean, dance with the devil. I'd sell my soul to take you home.
My heart's been ripped wide open. So many mixed emotions. It's like I finally noticed I've been set free. I've been set free. I spent a lifetime running, fearing what I'd become if I stopped playing goalie on all of my thoughts. Yeah, speaking out straight from my heart, but now I see. But now I see. Oh, I see this love is taking over, breaking through my chest and overflowing. With every single beat, it pulls me closer, closer to you. I'm never gonna hold back being someone to lean on. I'll always be that 2 a.m. phone call when you need one. When everything in life is getting harder to shoulder, I'll be your soldier. My heart's been ripping wide open, 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 wide open. My heart's been ripping wide open, 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 wide open. No words enough to show it. Now my whole world's in motion. I feel like Fred, but in my neighborhood. Yeah. Call me and I will make sure to set you free. To set you free. Oh, I see this love is taking over, breaking through my chest and overflowing. With every single beat, it pulls me closer, closer to you. I'm never gonna hold back being someone to lean on. I'll always be that 2 a.m. phone call when you need one. When everything in life is getting harder to shoulder, I'll be your soldier. My heart's been ripping wide open, 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 wide open. My heart's been ripping wide open, 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 wide open. Oh, I see this love is taking over, breaking through my chest and overflowing. With every single beat, it pulls me closer, closer to you. I'm never gonna hold back being someone to lean on. I'll always be that 2 a.m. phone call when you need one. When everything in life is getting harder to shoulder, I'll be your soldier. My heart's been ripping wide open, 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 wide open. My heart's been ripping wide open, open, open,
Hey, I gotta confess, I'm losing my moment. Just because it's easy, but that don't make it better. I wanna dig my hands deep down in the dirt, take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert.
TAOM proudly introduces the first pure snooker chalk in the world. No more miscues. Only clean contacts. Maximum control. Pure perfection. The game has changed. TAOM. Future. Innovation. Revolution.
And welcome back to all of our viewers. This is the TAOM Classic quarterfinals. This is the second round of our quarterfinals. Quarterfinal number 3 and 4 will be taking place. We are just under 5 minutes left. Play scheduled to start at about 6 o'clock. In for an exciting quarterfinal, Ashraf Haribai against ranked or seeded number 2, Fakhri Gerdin, which is poised nicely to be an exciting match. Confident players, both of these, well capable of building high breaks. Ashraf, more familiar in terms of his playing ability on the 9-ball circuit, as well as Hayball, that is played on the Chinese tables, but he has obviously proven that he is capable of playing this tough game of snooker since he is here. So he is also one of the seeded players. Fakhri seeded number 2. Our other match over on the other stream is Ricky Trigoning against the youngster Ethan Chetty. Ricky obviously very experienced in the snooker circuit, and Ethan has also proven that he has a natural ability for anything cue sport. Plays in all formats. So both of these quarterfinals set nicely to be quite exciting. As you can see right there in the middle, the number 9, it is best out of 9, so first player to reach 5 frames will see their way through to the semi-finals, which is taking place tomorrow morning. Final is scheduled directly after that, so we'll be wrapping up this TAOM Classic tomorrow. You just stand by. We will start play shortly. Players and match officials just getting everything ready, but we thank you in advance for joining us. It's always great seeing South African snooker regain its momentum and restore itself back to its former heydays.
Look at these guys, some of them are not even dressed to play.
Yeah, they can never be me.
I know.
Are you talking about what?
I know, you can know who we're talking about.
You can see Ashraf coming into view there. Looks ready for his match. Very interesting character. Always likes to talk quite a lot, but very entertaining and funny character. You can see he's having a look at the trophy there for this event. You can see Fakhri coming into picture there. His opponent ranked at number 2. This is going to be a very exciting match. Looking forward to see what the outcome would be. Hopefully we can see high breaks, accurate potting, and intelligent snookers. While we wait for this match to get underway, as I said, this is the TAOM Classic taking place in KZN at the Q Master Snooker Center. They are playing in the signature room. You can see the coin toss there.
You won the toss. Shot. Enjoy.
Looks like Ashraf is going to get us underway, but as I said, TAOM Classic, you can see their logo right there behind Ashraf. Nice and proud, they are the main sponsors for this event. We'd like to say a big thank you to them. They have an incredible range of products with regards to Q Sports chalk tips of world-class standard, so massive thank you for them. If you jump on Google and you Google TAOM Billiards or jump on YouTube, you'll see their involvement with Q Sports sponsoring a lot of events, and rightly so. They do have incredible products. Break off there by Ashraf has given an opportunity here for Fakhri. It is a long pot, so that was quite close. Unfortunately, could not pull it off. Also wouldn't have had a shot on a color thereafter, so would have probably opted to then play a safety. Nice shot being played there by Ashraf. Off to good starts, got position on the black. Ashraf having a nice look, just making sure that it can actually pass to that corner pocket. Does not want to allow Fakhri back at the table. Confident shot there. The black being an obstacle for the red. Does look like it could pass. Ashraf is playing the shot. Very close. Also hasn't left Fakhri with anything. So good outcome there for Ashraf. Looking at his Q-tip there. Probably not happy with something. Ashraf, as you can see, remained standing. Did not take a seat, knowing that Fakhri does not have a shot, so opting to play a safety right back at the table. Nice pace that you can see these players have. They are walking around confidently, not hesitating in the shots they're playing. Missed that long shot by what a bit of a distance, by about half a ball. Both of these players also just needs to get used to this table. This table plays incredibly tight. It is a Baraka steel block table. Nice shot there to the middle pocket. He's left himself on the pink to the opposite middle. Ooh, and the cue ball goes down. Not only did he miss the pink, 4 points will now be awarded to Ashraf for that foul. Played that very hard, obviously just to get a reaction out of the cue ball, just to get some separation between the reds. Open up that cluster a little bit, but it went completely wrong from there on. So Ashraf at the table, just having a look at his options. Can't see anything easy. Also want to try and attempt to, if he does play for a pot, to try and get the cue ball safe in case things do go wrong. Again, missed by quite a distance, about a half a ball once again. Fakhri with a good opportunity here. Red has been potted. Take a little bit more time with this blue. Doesn't want a reoccurrence of the shot on the pink. Successful, wanted to completely avoid the green. Unfortunately made contact. And now that blue is blocking the obvious shot. Not an easy shot Fakhri is attempting. As you can see, rattled, came back out. Both of these players, you can see, playing quite quickly. Not here to waste any time. Ashraf again, just taking a stroll around the table. Very important in any cue sport. Just have a look at the table from different angles. It might open an option that you might not necessarily see if you just look at the table from one direction. Goes for the double, makes it. It's the second double that we've seen. Does look like he's got the option of the black to the top right hand side. Also got the green to the middle pocket. Opting for the black rather. Very confident by Ashraf thus far. He's in the lead. 22 points to 7. Does have the red to the right of the clusters. Get in amongst the points, can get position on the black, opts rather to draw it back. He's got the pink right over the middle. He's on the right side of that pink. And just drift the ball down slightly and he's got the red to the opposite middle. Looks like he got up there a little bit quickly. Still made the shot but out of position. Tough shot here. Very close. Again, not leaving Fakhri with much. It's been a confident start by Ashraf thus far. Made the blue, but illegally so foul committed. Foul on the blue is obviously 5 points. So lead being increased there by Ashraf, even though it's not by his own doing. Ashraf calling Fakhri back to the table, asking him to play the shot after committing a foul, which is completely legal. And again, nice opportunity for Ashraf at the table. He's got the red to the middle. So just back to our main sponsor, TAOM Billiards. You can see there Ashraf chalking his cue. Such an integral part of the sport is making sure that you have chalk on that tip. And obviously if you've got TAOM chalk, it'll make the world a difference. Reason being is I've seen so many times on a pool table that you've got leftover dust from the chalk on the table, or you can see chalk marks on the balls, and that can, at the point of contact, cause which is called a kick. Brown has been potted. Ashraf does have the red to the bottom right hand side. It's not easy. He's cutting that back a little bit. Also want to control and try and hold it for either the pink or the black. Not possible. Would have had position on the blue, but unfortunately did not make the red. Looks like Fakhri can see the red. He does. Should get position on the black, but very close to the rail again. This is not going to be easy, and you'll also see the cue ball running into the cluster of reds here. So important that he makes this black. Chances are he could leave. There we go. If he missed that shot, could have left Ashraf with options. But He did make the black, played it very well. It is very tough if the cue ball is frozen to the rail. No shot though, so opting to play safety, left the cue ball, trying to get it as close as possible to that top rail and the bulk end, which he's done successfully. Does have a red visible, Ashraf. Again, that's a distance with a cue ball to the rail. Missed that by quite a distance. Cutting the ball to the bottom right hand side, nicely on the pink. Reds are also wide open now. Looks like Fakhri's just pointing something out to the match official. Either a ball that needs to be cleaned or just something on the table. As I said, we are down in KZN at the Cube Master Snooker Center. It's been a rainy, cold day. We've seen quite a bit of snooker action. Hope you are all staying warm, staying safe. I believe there's quite a bit of rain doing its round around the country. So we wish all of the people staying in Durban that everything does go well, and hopefully the rain stops quite soon. We had quite a bit of devastation recently with all the flooding, so we don't want that to come back. So we're wishing everyone to please stay safe if you're out on the roads. Please slow down.
From here, didn't look like we could get that way.
You had angles. No, you couldn't get it. Sorry. No problem.
Fortunately here for Fakhri, he has more than one red as an option. But bridging over that pink is going to be tricky. Fortunately, he doesn't have to bridge over it too much. You could get down nice and flat, which is important. If you start playing snooker, that's probably one of the first things that they do teach to you, is try and get as level with your cue as possible to the playing area on the table. If you play down on a ball, you might cause unintentional swerve. That's why you'll see these players go nice and low. If you can see there, Fakhri, beautiful picture actually just to explain that. Tries to get as low as possible, also stays down. Opting to go for the brown. Want to carry on with this momentum. Ashraf is still in the lead. Obviously 2 fouls committed already by Fakhri. Playing the pink to the middle. Collusion of balls led the cue ball to go to the middle pocket, and also a foul on the blue. Potting the blue out of turn. Now with the rest, made the red. Over on our other stream, youngster Ethan off to a good start, even though he's not at the table right now. But he's playing against Ricky Tregoning and he's leading by 19 points. Ricky has just made a red to the middle pocket. He's at the table, so still 81's match. But both of these matches off to an exciting start. Cutting the red beautifully did Fakhri, also avoiding the cue ball in the top left corner pocket. The break carries on, 25 at the moment. Still early days, 3 reds left. Played nicely, a little bit of side added on there just to open the angle. Get nice and close to the red, just below the pink, which he has done. Probably draw this back and play the pink in the same pockets. Doesn't die, follows through for the black, which is the right call. But looks like he's a little bit straight yet. Don't know how he's going to get onto the other two reds. That's why I thought he'd rather go for the pink and leave himself with an angle, but drawed back nicely. Made contact with the two reds, but green now has come to the party, and I think green has spoiled Fakhri's break of 35, unless he can pull off a really good shot here. Very nicely played there by Fakhri. Cut it beautifully. Also, position has a couple of choices of colors here. Blue to the middle. Position onto the red. This is going to be very tricky. $17 points the difference. So frame not secure yet. He needs this red. Beautifully played. Plays the brown beautifully. Brown will come out, but now running through the succession of colors. Yellow, you won't see him doing too much with this cue ball, because the green can be played to the middle pocket. So green to the middle, just position back on the brown, and you can see Fakhri is pretty much ready to wrap up this frame, taking a 1-0 lead. Break of 51. Which, to my understanding, it's now on 55. Is the highest break that I've had on my table thus far. I'm not sure about the entire tournament. We'll confirm that through the course of the evening and advise you tomorrow with the semi-finals. Currently what the highest break is. Break on 60 at the moment. Takes it to 66. For a 73 break. Black has been potted. 1-0 for Fakhri. Great start. 73 break. That is definitely the highest break that I've had on my table thus far. So just to tell the viewers how great these tournaments have been, it's the TAOM Classic. It is a 75,000 Rand tournament. That is what these players are playing for. Q Sports, it's great to see the money being put in to support these players. It does take a lot of effort and practice to hone your skills and get this level. The tournament started with 16 players, 8 of them being seeded, 8 spots available. Those 8 spots can be secured by taking place in a mini qualifier, the last one obviously being the TAOM Classic mini qualifier. If you win that mini qualifier, you then make your way through to the TAOM qualifier. If you win that, that secures you then a spot in this event. It was a total of 64 mini qualifiers. You obviously not needed to play in all of them, because you only need to win one to go through to the next round of qualifications. Nice break off. Cue ball nicely into bulk. The only red that has come out is against the rail, so this will be a tricky shot. Don't see Ashraf attempting it. Just plays along the side of the reds. Needed more power in that shot just to get more distance between the reds and the cue ball, but nothing easy. can see Fakhri going for this. If he does, he's a confident player. But wow, what a shot. What a shot. I honestly thought he was just going to play that red off the rail into the other cluster of reds and send the cue ball back. That was such a risky shot. Very risky shot being played there by Fakhri, but looks like it's paid off fruit. Blue has been made. Both of these players very entertaining to watch. Ashraf joining us all the way from Cape Town, Fakhri from Johannesburg, playing from the Wanderers Club. He's also won the SA title. However, his nemesis, Mr. Charles Jonk, who's already secured his spot in the semi-finals. He'll be playing Mutalib. Has won the SA singles title as recently as last weekend over at the Wanderers Club. Charles did really well, winning his first SA singles title. Blue to the middle. Fakhri looking very good here. How well did that work out? Is he on a color? Looks like he could be on the pink to the middle. Not really a convincing shot being played there by Fakhri. If he was playing safe, wanted more distance. Ashraf rather opting to play safe, but Ashraf battling a little bit with the pace of the tables. Wanted more power behind that. Again, just the more distance you have between the cue ball and the object ball, which would be any of the reds open on the table, the better for you. However, nothing easy for Fakhri, but Fakhri hasn't backed down on any of the shots as yet. Goes for another one. Is this going to work out, or is he going to leave Ashraf with a golden opportunity? He has. Simple red to the middle. He's also got red to the bottom right hand side, so a few options. Opting for the red to the middle. He's got the blue right there. Could also maybe play for the pink to the bottom right hand side. Is indeed. Nice shot there by Ashraf. Playing with quite a bit of power, but not forcing the shots. If you force the shots, chances are that ball will rattle and just come out. As I said at the start of the stream, Ashraf, more known for his skills in 9-ball, 10-ball and hay ball. But good seeing him on the snooker table. Obviously proficient, otherwise he would not have been here. Probably opting for the yellow. No. Decided to go for the brown. Thought he would play for the yellow. It's a little bit more angle, so he could use the rail just to get closer to this red. But Ashraf not backing down from this fight between himself and Fakhri. He's now even out the scores. It's 13-13. However, Fakhri is leading by 1 frame. Ooh, unfortunately missed the pink. That was a great opportunity for Ashraf to pull back 1 frame, because the reds are looking quite good. That black is tied to the rail. But he had options in terms of the reds. Playing up towards the blue. He can now play the blue. Doesn't have to do much with the cue ball, and he should get onto another red. Fakhri is really looking confident. He's definitely ready for this quarter-final. He's quite a tall man, is Fakhri, which is obviously assisting him as well. Has more of a reach. I believe he is either 1.9 meters or just under. Again, Fakhri just connecting the dots again, building a nice break, just coming from a 73 break. On the other table, Ricky going against the youngster Ethan Chetty. Ethan 51 points to Ricky's 45, still 0-0 scoreline. Blue to the middle, again just letting the cue ball do its thing. On another red, Fakhri is doing well, building his breaks. Parts the black, gets nicely into the cluster of 3. Does he have a shot though? Looks like he has a long red that he's going to attempt. Doesn't want to force this, but needs to get position. That looks good. Oh, just rattles a little bit, comes out, but not too much damage done. Question here is if the red closest just above the cue ball as you are looking at your screen. I'm assuming that is no. Was wondering if it could go to the top right as well. If not, the option would be to cut it to the middle. But you then run the risk of leaving the cue ball at the top of the table where that red is then floating at the top right of your screen. Unfortunately does not make the shot. Leaves Fakhri with a red to the bottom right. Fakhri potting beautifully from the players that I have seen thus far throughout today since we started play this morning at 10 o'clock. Fakhri is by far looking the most confident. Fakhri looking to play the pink to the bottom right as well, just coming off the rail. He's got the red then to the middle. And he's also got the red at the bottom, just below the black, which is what he'll be opting for, because this is now the perfect occasion. But this by no means is an easy shot. Does make it, beautifully so, and he's on the black. This would also naturally take the cue ball towards the red that can be played to the middle. As you can see there, the secret is to try and make the next shot as easy as possible, and always bearing in mind what you want to play thereafter, instead of just focusing on making the ball and not sure what you're going to do thereafter. Fakhri knows exactly what the plan of action is, and as you can see here, he has an option to play the pink, but I think he might actually opt to play the black. Shots that have definitely been practiced, because that would send the cue ball towards the red, but then obviously you've got the 3 colors. It's already in the lead.
Cheap.
1 red remaining. Showing nice cue power there, reaction out of the cue ball, drawing it back. Again, can only see that Fakhri will clear off the table from here. Looks like he dropped his chalk there. The match official just assisting him just to get his chalk. But brown to the top right, so just hold it for the yellow. Again, confident and showing off a little bit, but that's also fine. It's entertaining to watch. Off the rail, nicely onto the green. This is formality. This is like a chalk and cheese for these players. They've done it so many times, clearing out the colors, especially if they are in their positions. So again, just brown to the corner pocket, 1 rail position for the blue. Very, 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 very exciting to watch Fakhri. He is definitely in a mood, not scared to let the cue ball do its thing. Could have played that a lot differently, a lot safer, but he's here to entertain us. Very good. Once again, perfect position on the pink. Bit of exhibition snooker here by Fakhri. And that, ladies and gents, is how it's done. Definitely not the conventional way of clearing out the colors, but effective. That Judd Trump banana shot being played there by Fakhri. You could see how that ball curved. A lot of talent on display here by Fakhri. Another break of 50. Total points 99. Fakhri entertaining us, and it is 2-0 in favor of Fakhri. Ashraf was off to a strong start, but Fakhri has been doing well to keep Ashraf seated. Obviously, you can't win your match when you're sitting in your chair. So while we wait for the match official just to rack the balls, I'll be back with you shortly as we start the next frame, frame number 3. Right, and we off to the races once again. Start of the 3rd frame. Little bit more power now by Ashraf on the break off, so making sure that the cue ball does at least get into the bulk end. Almost came out of the bulk. But you can see Fakhri is on a mission. He's going again for this long shot. Very close, unfortunately missed it, so opportunity here for Ashraf. Let's see what Ashraf can do now. Back at the table, nothing easy on, but he definitely needs to get into this match as soon as possible. Opts to rather go safe. As I said, not a lot of options for Ashraf. Good shot, because if Fakhri decides to play the red to the left, don't really see a way that he can get onto a color. So might just play safe. Play the red back into the cluster. No, it doesn't. goes guns blazing, makes the shot, and gets position on the blue. Just shows you what I know. Fakhri is on a mission. And again, separation of those reds in that cluster. Could see another high break by Fakhri. Blue to the middle. He's potting these balls as if it is just another Sunday afternoon at home, playing around with his friends. Yet it is the TAOM Classic quarterfinals, and these players are playing for 75,000 Rand. And he is making it look easy. But as I said, that red to the middle, unfortunately, does not go according to plan. Brings Ashraf back to the table. Red's all over the table. But does he have a shot? Long shot attempted, but again missed by quite a distance. Another long pot attempt by Fakhri. He's been quite good with these. Makes it. How's his position? Looking good on the blue, even though the cue ball is now moving away from the reds, but Fakhri has shown that he's quite confident just to get the balls in position and letting the cue ball do its trick. As you can see there, making its way around the yellow. Ashraf back at the table. 2-0 in favour of Fakhri at the moment. He's also leading with points in this match at 12 points. Over on our other table, Ethan has taken the lead there, 1 frame to 0 points. However, in the second frame in favour of Ricky, even though it's only by 3 points, 16 points to 13. And Ethan, the youngster, again, very exciting player to watch. Quite interesting to see him play in a semi-final. Oh. I think that red that he nudged over the middle pocket has just gone a little bit too far. I don't think that is an option for Ashraf with the cue ball at the bottom end of the table. Does look like he can go for it. Rather opted to play it away. Just leave the cue ball bulk end. Again, we can see Fakhri should be able to cut this red to the bottom right hand side. Does so successfully. Cue ball on the run. Where's it going to end up in terms of position for his next color? Does look like he's on the blue, quite close to that blue. Grabs the rest.
control left in terms of frames because you want to be left behind.
Makes the blue. Break currently on 6. 18 points to 0. Fakhri at the moment blasting through Ashraf here. I think Ashraf would need to find out how he can slow down Fakhri and maybe break his confidence a little bit. It's hard to beat a player like Fakhri. A lot of experience. Nicely played by Fakhri. Blue going to the middle. Cue ball making its run towards the reds.
13.
Again, a blue to the middle. Position on the red. Fakhri making this look easy. Break currently on 18. 3 reds and 3 blues. Oh, misses one that you would not expect him to miss, but these things do happen. Need not be happy with that. Yet again, Ashraf, you can see shoulders have dropped a little bit. Nothing really left for Ashraf. He's been given an opportunity to come back to the table. All he could do is play that red away, leave the cue ball at the bottom of the table, and hope that he gets another chance quite soon. Fakhri playing the red closest to the bottom left corner pocket. Doesn't make it. How's Ashraf's luck now? Is Fakhri going to leave him with a little bit more? That is a better shot for Ashraf to attempt. He's going to grab the rest. He's going to play the red to the top left. Try and cut it in. But Ashraf definitely needs to get into this match as soon as possible. Fakhri with a lot of momentum at the moment. Pot made. Beautiful shot by Ashraf there. Long blue to the top left. Played very nicely. Wanted to avoid contact with the blue because he wanted to take the cue ball all the way to the top. Fakhri is just on a roll at the moment, but very unfortunate there for him. Played a beautiful red, but the cue ball going to the middle pocket. Foul committed. 4 points being awarded to Ashraf, takes him to 10. Difference is currently 20 points. However, Fakhri is leading by 2 frames. Fakhri back at the table. Getting the cue ball close as possible between those 3 balls. Just a little bit short. Wanted to get in behind the yellow, brown and blue. Black currently tied up. Again, another long shot being attempted by Fakhri. That was missed by quite a bit there.
Again, not really working out for Ashraf. Mistakes being made by Fakhri. Just needs to be patient. He has left Fakhri with a red to the middle. Again, potted so cleanly into that middle pocket. But how's his luck on a color? Don't think he is on a color. Can see the yellow, can see the blue, but can't really do much with the yellow and blue. So rather just ups, get the cue ball far away as possible from the reds and leave it up to Ashraf to fight his way back into this match. Fakhri back at the table. Not a lot of options here. Unless he can cut the one red to the bottom left. Oh, cue ball down. Another 4 points for Ashraf. Take him to 14 points. Cue ball being handed to Ashraf by the match official. Played nicely. Running off of the edge of the red. Getting the cue ball back into the bulk end. Again, Fakhri's not shying away from these difficult shots. Very close to dropping the cue ball in the middle pocket. Luckily for Fakhri, it stayed out. Ashraf back at the table. Points difference currently 17 points. Fakhri leading points 31 to 14. There's that cue ball. Another foul committed. Another 4 points to Ashraf. So a lot of errors being made by Fakhri at the moment. Keeping Ashraf in this frame. Just catching the draw in the middle pocket. Wanted to avoid that. Again, Fakhri, another unforced error. Giving an opportunity to Ashraf once again. But these colors aren't ideal. Blue normally right in the middle of the table. That option's not there anymore. Oh, and cuts it to the middle pocket. Undercuts it, hits the jaw, comes back out again. Fakhri with a shot to the bottom left with the red right there. Pink is in the middle of the table. But again, misses it. Fakhri was such a confident start in both of the first two frames, potting beautifully. Now been battling a little bit. Again, a shot that one would feel that they should have made. Missed by Ashraf, sees Fakhri coming back. Fakhri might just want to gather himself again and just continue with his confident playing. But just making sure of his shots. Some of them have gone awry of recent shots that he's played, but that one is more successful on the black. Shot made, so he's in amongst the reds. This is very important to get and keep that cue ball in amongst the reds, because I was just about to say the black would be right there, but looks like the reds are taking up the black spots. Just nudging away the red from the brown, so this would also help just to get the brown back in its spot. Now the black is right in the middle of the table. See the red going back to its spot at the top of the table, right in the middle. Fakhri with the rest. Red again to the bottom right. Successfully so. Yellow to the top left. Fakhri regaining that confidence, clean potting ability that he showed in the first two frames. Just gathered himself slightly. Things went a little bit awry at the start of this frame, but Fakhri building a commanding lead once again. 30 points the difference right now. Black to the middle, misses it. But again, every time we see Fakhri making a mistake, it's not like he's leaving Ashraf with anything easy. As I said, difference is 30. There's 3 reds on the table. It's 24 points if you make a combination of the reds and the black. And then there's 27 other colors. So total points 41 available. Fakhri again back at the table. Fine little cut to the bottom right. Ooh. Cuts it, makes contact. Did see the red move, but not enough to drop. This might be the opportunity that Ashraf needs. Ashraf making that red finally with position on his next color. Makes the pink. Where's the cue ball? Oh, very close. But this is not tough for the 2 reds. Cue ball. Oh, almost again. It would have been the 4th or 5th foul by Fakhri in this frame. Ashraf getting a little bit frustrated now at the moment. Things are just not working out for him. Again, another foul being committed by Fakhri. Won't be happy with that. silly mistakes being made by Fakhri in this frame. However, Ashraf just not able to capitalize on those mistakes. That is why Fakhri's still in the lead in the frame count as well as in the points awarded for this frame. Again, you can see a little bit of a smile coming onto Ashraf's face because, again, things aren't going according to plan. I don't think you can see that red. Needs to play around it. Oh, and cue ball in the middle pocket. 4 points to Fakhri. But most critically of all, Fakhri has asked Ashraf to come back to the table, replay the shot. Two rails. Ooh. Hits the black. That is a foul. 7 points because it's a foul on the black. Ball's going back into position. Players just assisting the match official just to get the balls back in place where they were when Ashraf committed that foul. .30 points the difference at the moment. Misses again.
Miss again? I don't think the stuff is on the right spot. I think it's right.
That is 5 points awarded to Fakhri. Reason for that being is it is a foul on the blue. Missed all of the balls and hit the blue. You're supposed to hit a red, so it's a foul on the blue. You are then awarded the numeric value of that as long as it is more than 4. If it's less than 4, then 4 points is awarded for that foul. But because the blue is 5 points, it is a foul. 5 points awarded to Fakhri. Contact with the red finally made. But what is he going to leave Fakhri with? Okay, Fakhri would quite confident about this red to the top right. Rattles, comes back out, but again leaves Ashraf with nothing, and this I think is very important to take note of. Fakhri has made more mistakes than Ashraf, but has gotten away with it because he hasn't left Ashraf with much once he commits those mistakes. Ashraf again, just regaining a little bit of patience, playing a safety. Not a bad one at that. Only left the red right at the bottom. Misses again. A lot of fouls being committed here by Fakhri. Ashraf asking the match official just to put the balls back in position.
No, I think it was a little close. It wasn't somewhere there.
31 points difference. Contact made. Again, doesn't leave Ashraf with anything. Ashraf weighing up his options. That yellow is a nuisance. Does make the ball without committing any fouls. Looks like it might work out quite well. Got the cue ball back into bulk. Nice shot being played there. Unless Fakhri can cut this ball in. Could actually see enough of the red. However, the contact point not correct. Undercut slightly. This frame has been a little bit tedious compared to the first two. Both players making a lot of mistakes. We will definitely want to get, as I was about to say that, plays a clever little safety. But as I was about to say, I think Fakhri would want to get that last red off of the table as quickly as possible, preferably wanting to pot that himself, because that in essence should mean that it is his frame. Difference once again is currently on 32 points. It has stayed around the 30s for most of the latter part of this frame. Not exactly sure what Fakhri tried there, but that went horribly wrong. Of any places the red could have ended up, that is the last place that Fakhri wanted that red to finish. Let's see if Ashraf can make his way back into this frame and back into the match. Ashraf now needing to clear the colors. Does need all of the colors, so he'll need to pot the blue as well. That is the tricky ball at the moment. Also not left himself with great position on this brown. However, if he wants to be confident, could play the brown and nudge the blue off of the rail. It's not going to be easy. Ashraf now with the long extended rest and cue. A beautiful shot there. Brown has been made, but now that blue. What to do with the blue? Difference in points still 16. A break of 16 being scored, but problem is that blue needs to get the blue safe. That is not ideal by Ashraf. He has left Fakhri with a blue to the middle. taking Fakhri to 70 points. Snooker's now required. Nice shot on the pink. Fakhri taking a seat, knows that he secured another frame, 3-0. And while we wait for the match official just to get us ready, I'm just going to also just take a quick breather, and I'll be back with you shortly.
TAOM proudly introduces the first pure snooker chalk in the world. No more miscues. Only clean contacts. Maximum control. Pure perfection. The game has changed. TAOM. Future. Innovation. Revolution.
So it looks like we are pretty much ready to get going with the next frame, frame number 4. Fakhri about to break off. Match official just making sure that the Strachen cloth is running nice and smooth down to the bottom of the table. A lot of care goes into these tables, a lot of preparation for the equipment, a lot of precision involved. It is Waraka tables that they are playing on. It's the Strachen cloth. Also the professional ball set they are using, the G1s. So creating a close as possible environment to something that you would find on the international circuit. Tables, cloth, equipment, definitely world standard. And speaking of world standard, it is the TAOM Classic, our main sponsor. You can see their logo with the lion roaring very proudly. Great products in terms of chalk and tips, a lot of precision involved with their products as well. We urge you to please go and have a look at them, their website. Just jump on Google, just Google TAOM Billiards, and you'll be able to see all of their products listed there. TAOM V10 chalk, TAOM Pyro, TAOM Fusion tips. It's all there, and it is of incredible standard. So big thank you to them for also being a part of this event. As we see there, Fakhri again playing a confident shot, that blew to the middle, going wrong. It's also left Ashraf with 2 reds, hanging very close to the corner pocket. Ashraf making the red on the green, rattles it, jumps back out. Things not going the way of Ashraf. He started the match very confidently. He was playing quite quickly and confidently, making a couple of balls. Got into the first frame, and then Fakhri came and just ran away. He's also scored a break of a 73 in this match. She is very good, especially on these steel block tables. These tables play incredibly hard. And Ashraf can see he's not happy. Red to the bottom left corner pocket. And how's that for position? Wormed his way through. He's on the black. Can also just nudge the red that's above the black, opening things up a little bit more. As you could see, he did there. Beautifully played. Again onto another red. He's on a few reds at the moment. Ping to the middle. Plays that wall, hasn't had the best of luck with the middle pockets. Some balls hitting the joint coming out.
60.
Don't think Fakhri's too happy with that. Referee's also having a look to see if it is touching ball. Playing safe. Using the green to cut off a lot of the table. Again, limiting the options that Ashraf has. Ashraf with a red to the corner on a black. Definitely needs to gain a little bit of momentum. However, misses and leaves Fakhri with an easy red. This has been the story of the match thus far for Ashraf. Gets in, makes a shot, but then things go wrong. And then the next minute, you can see Fakhri back at the table. And the opposite of that being is if Fakhri makes a mistake by chance, Ashraf doesn't have a lot left going for him. Making the pink. Looks like, if I can see correctly, about 7 reds remaining. Fakhri again playing so well, but then ends up making silly, unforced errors, and he's missed that black by quite a distance. Again, you can see, miss by Fakhri. Not a lot of options for Ashraf. bit of a nudge to the cluster of reds. Opens them up slightly. You can see Fakhri is in a mood to get home.
So we can see we can choose a bit of left to the table. Just wait on the kitchen clock.
Very close there by Fakhri. Just staying out. It probably rattled 3 or 4 times in that pocket before coming out. Possible for Ashraf to just make this red, but needs to capitalize on these opportunities, and that again has gone wrong unless he can fluke one. Doesn't. Again, leaves a Fakhri with a shot. This has been continuous throughout this whole match. Red's wide and open now. If Fakhri can maintain his composure, you should see him see out this frame here. Pink going back in its spot. Red to the top left, holding it for the blue. So the blue will also return to his normal position right in the middle of the table. Where's that cue ball? Not ideal. Makes it though. He's on the pink. 14 points to break at the moment. Points difference 38. Fakhri leading 3 frames to 0. First player to reach 5 frames. Can't see us reaching the full 3.5 hours allotted for this quarterfinal, unless Ashraf starts making a comeback soon. We have seen stranger things happen in sports, so it is possible, and Ashraf is a very proficient player. But things have just seemed to roll Fakhri's way all match. Also entertained us quite a bit in the first and second frames. Only one more red, and it's tied up with the black, so important shot here for Fakhri. Nope, rolling right behind that pink. He's going to leave the red to be opened up by Ashraf. Leaving the dirty work to Ashraf, which he has done. But is he going to leave Fakhri with anything? A little bit more fortunate this time. However, Fakhri can still see the full red. Could try and leave the cue ball behind the blue, which he has done. Smile there by Ashraf. Misses the red, concedes the frame. So 54 points to 2. That is the end of the frame. 4 frames to 0. One more frame for Fakhri. If Fakhri can get one more frame, he's through to the semi-finals. Ashraf would need 5 on the trot. can see the lights have gone off at the venue. We have experienced a lot of rain here in KZN. You can still see some picture coming through. You can see the match official is getting the balls ready while we wait for the lights to come back on. Till then, just take a quick break. As I say that, the lights do come on, but nonetheless, I still think I'm going to take a 30-second breather. We'll be back with you shortly. So just a quick update for the viewers. We're just still waiting for the players to return to their seats, and we'll get the fifth frame underway. Could be the fifth and final, or it could be the start of a comeback by Ashraf Haribai. It's going to be tough work, but we have seen a lot of strange things happen in the sport. Nothing's impossible. It is the TAOM Classic quarterfinals. It is the last round of quarterfinals. We'll start tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock with the semi-finals, followed by the final at 2. So we ask that you please come and join us. These players are playing for 75,000 Rand, which is very exciting for all of us. We do enjoy the sport and we want to see it grow, and this is definitely a step in the right direction. So thank you to all of you as the viewers joining us, and as I say that, you can see the players returning. The match official is back as well. So we're close to getting this fifth frame underway.
Yeah, telegraphic is there is 7,000. No, but where you stay? Turkey. Yeah, it's getting bad now. It's getting very bad. Find a bathroom. Yeah, yeah.
Ashraf to break off. Oh, and he's hit too much of the pack. cue ball spitting out, going to the bottom left-hand corner pocket, and that is a very unfortunate start there by Ashraf. Last thing he wanted. 4 points already ordered to Fakhri and only one shot being played. Let's see if he can entertain us again with a little bit of exhibition snooker. All the pressure currently on Ashraf. Beautiful shot being played there. You can see it drawn back even a little bit. Beautiful, beautiful to watch. And that, ladies and gents, is an incredible amount of accuracy required to achieve that. Great cue power on display. Fakhri can carry on playing like this through the remainder of the event. He'll be tough to beat. However, his nemesis, Charles Jonk, still doing his rounds. He's still in the event, playing in the other semi-final tomorrow morning against Mutalib Ali. Can he make the red to the middle? Oof, missed by quite a distance. Ashraf has been able to pot quite well when he gets the opportunity, but then just for some odd reason can't capitalize. Fakhri has been playing with a bit more confidence. Ashraf has been forced to go for safety options more often. As you can see there, opportunity was given to Ashraf by Fakhri, but again, not being able to capitalize. Fakhri just playing a safety, getting the cue ball in amongst the yellow, brown and green. See these matches being played in good spirit. You can see Ashraf still with a smile on his face, even though he's 4-0 down. Almost cue ball to the middle pocket. Wow, what a cut shot being played, and position on the black. It's incredible to watch. Black to the corner pocket. Fakhri really is in good form. He'll be tough to beat, especially on the most difficult table in the venue if he's potting like this. Has made quite a lot of fouls. Want to not do that moving into the latter stages of this tournament if he doesn't win this match. Again, at distance makes it, puts it so cleanly. See if he can maintain that. And as I say that, rattles the black, leaves Ashraf with a red to the bottom left. Could also rather opt to go for the red towards the middle pocket on the right hand side. All depends on position. Nicely played. Allowing the cue ball to follow forward, come off of the rail, get position onto the black. Again, just running out of position. Might still have the red to the middle pocket. Overcut, hits the jaw, comes out. Wouldn't have had a shot on a color one would consider easy shot. So again, just position a little bit of a problem for Ashraf at the moment. Fakhri again just calling in the match official, probably use the ball marker and just clean the cue ball. Ashraf making his way back to the table. Probably just see another safety shot here by him. Just nestled up in amongst the reds. Fakhri will probably try and leave the cue ball behind the black. As you can see there, just a little bit short on pace, but the idea was there. Still hasn't left Ashraf with anything. Let's see what Ashraf's response would be. Obviously, default would be just to run the cue ball to the top of the table, but with the two reds in the bulk end, that option is not viable. How's that for a shot? Beautifully played by Ashraf. Long shot to the top left corner pocket. Position on the black. Is this the turning point in the match that Ashraf needed? Black made, so he left himself again with a long red. Misses it once again by quite a distance. One would feel that Ashraf has been battling a little bit with his position. Not always exactly in control as to where that cue ball's going. Points scored in this frame quite a bit closer compared to the previous 4 frames. Tough call there, not sure if this red is makeable. Can't really see the angle. See that it was not an easy shot. Just overcut the red to the middle. Seeing a couple of missed opportunities here by both players. That is a very good shot played by Ashraf. Shouldn't be too hard to get out of this. Should even be able to see the red. Angle just a little bit deceiving. This looks very... Wow, what a shot being played by Fakhri there. That deserves a round of applause, ladies and gents. Cut, angle, at length. Beautiful shots. Can he pot this black? Does indeed. Also runs into the cluster of reds, separates them a little bit. Still nothing easy. How much of this red can he see? Well, enough to pot it. That answers that question. Also on the blue, would take the cue ball towards his next red. Can play it beautifully. Cue power on display once again. Probably try and play the brown here just to free up the yellow. Just thinking a couple of steps forward. Rather opts to go for the green. Fakhri very confident. Unfortunately, that ball just rattling once, twice, coming out a little bit, but has extended the points difference to 23. But moreover, the frame difference of 4-0. Fakhri playing for a spot in the semi-finals if he wins this frame. Ashraf, however, needs to win 5 in a row. That's going to be very tough. We haven't seen that happen before. Fakhri playing really well, even though if it is just in little bursts, but when he does get into a groove, it's great to watch. Cue ball. Missing the reds. Missing all the balls. What is Ashraf going to opt for? Might call Fakhri back. Yep, you can see. Actually, no. Might have just touched them.
No, initially, yeah, this one is the same way. Yeah, this one is the same.
So a foul committed, free ball called by Ashraf. That's the second time that we've seen free ball in play. Just to explain to the viewers what that is, if a foul is committed and you are unable to see your object ball, which is the red, you can nominate another color and ask that to be the free ball. If that ball is then potted, it is then counted as 1 point and you then play your standard color thereafter, as you would normally do. So basically, in short, you turn a color ball that's not a red into a red and use it to start your break. Missing again. Another foul. Be 30 points for Ashraf. Difference is at 27 at the moment. Ashraf rather asking that Fakhri plays that shot again. See, there are a lot of focus required by the match officials to try and remember where the balls were. Players are providing assistance where possible just to assist the match officials while we wait for Fakhri to attempt the safety escape the second time. Just an update over on our other stream. Score currently 2-2 between Ricky Tregoning and Ethan Chetty. So a very close encounter there. Fakhri still not happy with the position of that cue ball. Is happy now, so going down for his second attempt. Nicely played. Nudges up nice and close to them. Doesn't leave a lot of options for Ashraf. Ashraf will just be sending the cue ball back to the top of the table. Where's that blue going? Ashraf back at the table. Points difference still 27. Again missing. Where's that red going to end up? Has left Fakhri with a red to the bottom right. Unsuccessful attempt by Fakhri. Both players have just lost a little bit of momentum. Ashraf has been struggling considerably more with momentum than Fakhri. Fakhri has played brilliantly at bursts, but there we see cue ball going down. Ashraf has been having a tough evening on this Waraka steel block table. It's not been easy. Just asking the match official just to clean the cue ball. Just see the reaction of the cue when he strokes that shot. So much power involved. It's incredible to watch. Unfortunately, got close on the initial attempt as well as the fluke. Rattled in both pockets. Fakhri just grabbing the rest and extension just to get to this red. Is he going to try and squeeze the red in between the blue in the middle pocket? Or was it a good idea? And again, unfortunately for Ashraf, not left with much. Fakhri will be feeling good about this long shots. Not too much of an angle. Even though he missed the pot, can see Ashraf is not having a great time at this. Fortune going away again, or the way again of Fakhri in terms of where the cue ball ended up, nestled nicely between behind the yellow and brown. This has been a very tough match for Ashraf. As I said, he's a very proficient player, but it's been tough going the whole way through because things have just not gone his way. Getting very close to the end of this match. If Fakhri can just pot a few more balls, could secure this. 66 points to 30. Difference is currently 36. Could go to 41 if he makes the blue to the middle. And he does. Holds the cue ball nicely for the red as well. $72 at the moment. That should get us pretty much there. Should see the end of the match quite soon. Does he make the black? Doesn't. No foul. And we should also see Ashraf concede. $42 points the difference. 27 on the table. Again, things just not going Ashraf's way. Very close to that middle pocket with a double. Finally, he has left Ashraf with an attempt. This is tough though. Oh, very close. Off the rail. Does make the yellow. Green, then the brown. At which point is he going to start going for those snookers? Quite an easy escape there by Fakhri. Ashraf going for another snooker attempt. Fakhri has conceded quite a few fouls. Interesting technique being shown there by Fakhri. That is a snooker number 1. Cue ball, Fakhri, that is foul number 2. Still quite a few snookers required. By Ashraf. Now, can Fakhri close this off by making this green? Ooh, very close. Very, very close. He has left the green on for Ashraf. Question is he going to go for it? Answer is no, because again, needs to get more snookers, but now he's left a cut shot on the green. Made successfully by Fakhri. He's on the brown now. Extending the lead to 22. Beautiful, beautiful cut shot. That should see us to the end. There is a total of 18 points left on the table. Make that 13. That is it, ladies and gents. Can't see Ashraf continuing from there. Shake of the hand. We have our next semi-finalist, Mr. Fakhri Girden, came into this event as number 2 seed. This is the TAOM Classic. It has been a very exciting day of snooker. We are down to the business end with 4 players remaining. We still need a 4th player joining us for the last semi-final between Ricky Trigoning and Ethan Chetty. They're playing for that last semi-final spot. Score's currently 2-2, but I will be back with you tomorrow morning for the start of the 1 semi-final, and we'll then have the presentation and proceedings for the final. All tomorrow. We thank you so much for joining us. Again, as I said throughout the day, it is wet, it is cold, so please stay safe and look after the family, and we hope to see you all again soon tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you and goodbye.
Looking for the perfect product for the entire family? With so many products to choose from, the only difficult decision would be deciding on the right one. He wants a pool table, but she only has eyes for fashionable furniture. Here's the perfect compromise. He's looking for something special for his man cave, and them for their studio. Find your brand new home entertainment products right here at United King of Pool. United King of Pool, the player's choice.
TAOM proudly introduces the first pure snooker chalk in the world. No more miscues. Only clean contacts. Maximum control. Pure perfection. The game has changed. TAOM. Future. Innovation. Revolution.
The accommodation. Yeah. Okay. You know what happens, man? You see, with all of these things, right? Okay, I learned during the rides over here, right, that people fucking talk shit. Kirshen and Tennille, we were literally, as the crows fly, we were 2 kilometers away from Massmouth, but we can't see it. But we're checking the explosions and we're hearing the explosions all over. Hey, so I mean, this Lighty and Tennille were fucking petrified. I said, well, I fucking know my life. What the fuck? So eventually, in the morning, I told Kirshen, fuck this. Let's go check it out to see. Because we're checking all these videos. Hey, Afrox is burnt, this is burnt, and whatever it is. So they said, hey, you want to take a chance? I said, oh, something down.
Trails.
What are you going to do? Right. Put my fucking shotgun.
points. It makes light work